and I have made our way inside and are holding back the Tal'Darim. Make your way to us, now!
I am on my way.
Did they always start moving the 4 stalkers here? No, because I only had 2 left, so...
Honor commands.
Is he like super powered now? Seems like he's doing way more damage.
This archway has collapsed. I must find another exit quickly.
Cease your pointless crusade to prolong the suffering of existence. Give in. Let me free you.
Okay.
My warriors and I have made our way inside and are holding back the Tal'Darim. Make your way to us, now!
I am on my way. In the service of my burdens, I will fulfill my calling. Sukdash Salak. This archway has collapsed. I must find another exit quickly.
Cease your pointless crusade to prolong the suffering of existence. Give in. Let me free you.
Man. What? Like, if there wasn't such a strict time limit, you know, you could have the shields recharge and shit.
My warriors and I have made our way inside and are holding back the Tal'Darim. Make your way to us, now!
I am on my way. You address me?
Misclick.
My warriors and I have made our way inside and are holding back the Tal'Darim. Make your way to us, now!
I am on my way. My allegiance. Glory. Shozak. You address me? Higher. My burdens. I will you address me? This archway has collapsed. I must find another exit quickly. You address me? My allegiance is yours.
Cease your pointless crusade to prolong the suffering of existence. Give in. Let me free you.
You erase the demons of the past. I will fulfill my calling. Allegiance is yours. Thank the gods this pathway is clear. Talus, I am nearly upon you.
Move quickly, Zeratul. I am detecting your signal now. There is no time, Zeratul. Make your escape.
I'm here. I'm here. I'm here. Bullshit. Bullshit. Bullshit.
My warriors and I have made our way inside and are holding back the Tal'Darim. Make your way to us, now!
I am on my way.
just run from this one.
This archway has collapsed. I must find another exit quickly.
Cease your pointless crusade to prolong the suffering of existence. Give in. Let me free you.
This archway has collapsed. I must find another exit quickly. I will erase the demons.
Cease your pointless crusade to prolong the suffering of existence. Give in. Let me free you.
My burdens weigh heavily. My allegiance is yours. Glory to the firstborn. I must find another exit quickly. I will erase the demons. My burden.
Cease your pointless crusade to prolong the suffering of existence. Give in. Let me free you.
Honor commands. End our deed. Thank the gods this pathway is clear. Talus, I am nearly upon you.
Move quickly, Zeratul. I am detecting your signal now. There is no time, Zeratul. Make your escape. I will deal with the Tal'Darim.
There must be another.
Go, 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 go.
Go.
Okay. We did
Tell our
it.
higher
We did it,
what has occurred
everybody.
this day.
Talus, our people owe you a debt we can never repay.
Fire!
Bye, Major. Mrs. Kusanage. Do not lose any units. I mean, on normal difficulty, I could do that. That's an easy one. If I cared. Like, I don't think even, like, getting the achievements unlocks a portrait or anything.
At last, the prophecy has been fully realized. And through a great sacrifice, we have been given hope. A vision from the Zelnaga that may aid us in averting eternal desolation.
Okay, loincloth.
I
Are those
must
nipples? He has
return
nipples?
to my people. They will
Is
not
that a nipple?
understand my actions,
Do Protoss have nipples?
but I will
Do
face
Protoss
their
produce milk?
judgments. Make them
Psionically,
understand
psionic milk.
that only Artanis, young hierarch of the Protoss, can unite our scattered factions as one before Amon's wrath engulfs the galaxy.
Achievements 81%, huh? What's missing? That's any difficulty? And normal.
The swarm brought ruin to our world.
Hey! They're
Our
Raptorling
proud
Zergs.
people became
Watch out, they got the speed upgrade.
and yet they could not shatter our unity.
Is that a probe or a sentry?
For we are bound by the Kala, the sacred union of our every thought and emotion.
That is a probe. Okay. How come that Baneling didn't blow him to pieces? I think it blew his armor off, though. It was hard to tell. Power overwhelming. Oh shit. Is there even a new Sim City? I feel like the last one was 4, and then since then it was like a shitty freemium shit that nobody wanted.
Today, we retake our homeworld. And with it, our legacy.
It's a tragedy. I told you, I tried to do it, and I couldn't figure it out. I have it, but I couldn't figure it out. Old games are hard to do without, like, the box and manual explaining everything to you.
Templar. At long last, we stand at the threshold of destiny. For today, we will restore the glory of our legacy. Today, we will retake what we have lost and reclaim our homeworld. And may the
That honestly didn't sound like a lot of guys. I can't hear you!
The Invasion fleet stands ready. We await only your command.
Fuck off, Celendis.
Must halt this invasion at once.
Zeratul.
Templar! Arrest this traitor!
No! We will hear him out.
The end war has come. Amon, the Dark One, has returned.
This heretic cannot be trusted.
This invasion is a distraction from the true battle ahead. Amon's fury will engulf the entire galaxy.
Do not forget that it was his interference that brought ruin to Ire.
And that burden weighs heavily upon me. Arcanus, I have found a way to stand against the coming darkness. You must believe me.
Listen, Loincloth.
We have been through much together, Zeratul. But far too many have sacrificed in the hopes that this moment would come to pass. Executor, commence the invasion.
Is that the mayor? Pretty much. Pretty much. I feel like this mission's gonna be really hard on Brutal.
The reclamation of Ire is underway. We are preparing to siege the warp network at Karasan now.
Well done, Celendis. Once the warp conduits are free of infestation, our forces will strike as one across the surface of Ire.
The Templar await your command, Hierarch.
Oh, there's cannons back here.
We are one with the shadows. We are the blades of Ire.
Hey,
Warriors,
chase me.
Ire awaits you. March forth and take it.
Cold
Peekaboo.
Unseen. State thy bidding. We are one with the shadows. I serve. State thy bidding. State the. You require my skills.
How many does it start me with, actually? I need to keep count of my forces to make sure I'm doing a good job. $43.
State
Got it.
you require my skill. I am the voice.
Warriors, ire awaits you. March forth and take it.
I serve.
Yoo-hoo.
Very wise. Reckoning. Miracle. Be as you say.
Is this thing moving? Is it moving up?
I serve.
Or is it just going back and forth?
Very well.
Lost one.
I serve. I serve.
Hey, how many did we lose? What did we start with? 43? I don't know how this dude's even alive.
I have diverted some Colossi to join your forces. Use them well, Artanis.
Alright, still at 38. I say that's pretty good. Pretty good. Look at this thing. Hated that. Hated that. Hated that engagement. I need to be picky because if I let too many things die, then I won't have enough at the end. Oh, nice. Nice, nice. Chase me.
Intriguing. You require my skills. Very well. State thy bidding.
It's funny because on Brutal the AI actually looks at the healthier units. So I have it so the health bars only show if they take damage, but like all these ones that already have damage will be the ones that the AI targets first. What are these things? Little boils.
There is a Zerg hive cluster near your warriors. If possible, we should destroy it.
Very well.
Don't like it. This is going to be such a pain in the ass. Or Minecraft. You know what I would like to do? Terraria. It has a thing where you can buy 4 copies for like the price of like 3 or 2.5 or something, and then like, but the thing is, everyone I ask, they already have it, because I want to buy it in the 4-pack bundle so we get 4 copies, and then like since everyone has it, we can all like get on and play together on stream. But I need to find 2 other people that don't have it, because I know Jack doesn't.
There is a Zerg hive cluster near your warriors. If possible, we should destroy it.
I fucking misclicked. I was distracted.
There is a Zerg hive cluster near your warriors. If possible, we should destroy it.
Okay, I guess 33 is the best we can do.
Well fought, my warriors. Let us return our focus to reclaiming the warp conduit.
Dog, that's... You dropped off 6 guys? Unless these 2 also got dropped off.
Selendis, the conduit is ours. Warp down reinforcements.
As you command.
That's more like it.
2 warp conduits remain in the grip of the Zerg.
That's more
Ready
like it.
yourselves,
62.
We
That's what's up. I think that's
move
pretty
for
good.
victory.
The eclipse. For the reckoning. Very wise. Very well. We move unseen.
Artemis,
But
there
you
are
mean-
more hives in the surrounding area. Destroying them would deal the Zerg a crippling blow.
I gotta snipe those. Snipe those banelings.
Cold is the void. It shall be as you say. I serve now. For the reckoning.
Artemis, there are more hives in the surrounding area. Destroying them would deal the Zerg a crippling blow.
I tried to click them, but I missed.
I am the voice of the eclipse.
Hierarch, we thank you for your aid. Allow us to join you in battle.
Yeah. You just recharge those shields faster, young man. Faster. Faster.
You require my skills. I am the heart of darkness. We move unseen.
Warriors, annihilate it.
We strike as one.
That was pretty good. Only lost one.
This hive cluster has fallen. Continue on, brothers.
Shakuras. He shall be as you say. I am the heart. Cold is the full.
Alright. 68. That's pretty damn good. Alright, what's this? We're gonna attack uphill here. Always dangerous. Oh no, we have the high ground.
My meditation is over. Kassar, de Templar.
You require my I am the heart of
Our
real. State thy bidding. I am the voice of the I am the heart of darkness. State thy bidding.
Ultralisk.
Cold is the void. For the reckoning. We
there, but
Another
nothing
hive
too bad.
lies in ruins. Only one remains, my warriors.
You require my... We are one with the shadows.
But I think I lost a Colossus. Not acceptable.
Our blades!
Misclicked.
Our blades!
Another hive lies in ruins. Only one remains, my warriors.
I am the voice of the eclipse.
That's definitely more than what we went in with. 73 is definitely more than what we went in with.
The second warp conduit is activating now.
Psi Matrix signal confirmed. Reinforcements warping in at your location.
Alright, 80 isn't bad. I don't know if it gave me a checkpoint, but... Holy fuck.
This brood is coordinated. Their actions are intelligent beyond feral Zerg.
You speak truly, Zeratul. An unseen hand moves them. We must be on guard.
This brood is coordinated. Their actions are intelligent beyond feral Zerg.
You speak truly, Zeratul. An unseen hand moves them. We must be on guard. this be the first victory of many. Ire will be restored.
Alright. I feel like 75 is pretty good. I feel like I got a force heavy enough for this last part.
The final conduit lies before us.
And I
Show
instantly
the Zerg no mercy.
instantly fucking misclicked. Did I save? Did I save? I didn't save.
Artanis, this brood is coordinated. Their actions are intelligent, beyond feral Zerg.
You speak truly, Zeratul. An unseen hand moves them. We must be on guard.
I'm like pressing blink, clicking, nothing happens.
Artanis, this brood is coordinated. Their actions are intelligent, beyond feral Zerg.
You speak truly, Zeratul. An unseen hand moves them. We must be on guard.
Shall be as you say.
I can't believe I didn't save when I had the good engagement. I can't reliably blink out with the bridge. It's just too much in the way.
Artanis, this brood is coordinated. Their actions are intelligent, beyond feral Zerg.
You speak truly, Zeratul. An unseen hand moves them. We must be on guard. Final hive has fallen. Let this be the first victory of many. Ire will be restored.
What did I have last time? 75? 74? That ain't terrible.
The final conduit lies before us. Show the Zerg no mercy.
fire. Focus fire. Focus fire.
The warp conduits have been secured. Our starfighters are moving to take this fight across the surface.
Take command of the invasion, Executor. Zeratul, you and I must discuss this most recent turn of events further.
Is that a carrier? Is that what they look like? Real size? Uh-oh, it's loincloth. Alright. Be on the lookout. Does he have nipples?
It seems the end war you warned of has begun. Tell me, old friend, what is it you have learned?
I have witnessed the end of all things. Horrific legions of hybrid, raising world upon world. In the darkness, lording over them, a shadowy form. Amon.
Yet, you spoke of a way to stand against him.
Kerrigan.
This vision was a benevolent one, as if an ancient voice called out from beyond. The keystone shall usher you unto hope.
Keystone?
I saw a burst of light revealing the Zelnaga artifact on the Terran world of Korhal. It is the keystone of this vision. The prophecies speak of Zelnaga standing against Amon in the end times. I believe this keystone will guide us to them.
I have always trusted you, Zeratul, but the burdens of leadership demanded much of me. There are times I am uncertain whether I was truly ready for such weight.
Your doubt is unfounded, young Artanis. You must embrace what you have become, if you are to be the leader we now need.
You will go to James Raynor on Korhal and receive this keystone. I will marshal our forces for the war ahead. When you return, the Templar will be ready. Entaro Tassadar, old friend.
Entaro Artanis, brother.
Zeratul, you must secure the Zelnaga keystone from James Raynor. My forces will reactivate the Spear of Adun, a warship that will be invaluable in the battles ahead. May Tassadar's shadow hide you, my friend.
Train a combined totals. Well, those achievements are dog shit easy. There's not even ones for hard.
Seeker lies in ruins. What has transpired here?
Damn it, they blew my blood.
Zerg, protect the Dark Planet. The Zerg in this area should have been eradicated. Stalkers, hurry to the Nexus point nearby and warn our brethren. I must investigate this further.
Okay.
Cold fury. You require. The enemy surrounds us. Proceed with caution. Very well. Veraku. We will have to blink across this chasm. It shall be as you say. For the reckoning.
focus particle disruptors upon them. We are one with the shadows. Very wise. Very well.
Zeratul, the Templar stationed here. I can no longer sense them within the Kala.
Is that not impossible? Your kind cannot disappear from the Kala, unless your nerve cords are severed.
Then the impossible has happened. I can no longer sense Artanis. There is only a void in the Kala where he should be.
The shadow moves against us, Executor. Artanis is in grave peril.
You must raise an army and find him. My Phase-Smith Karax will help you re-establish this nexus point. Zeratul, save Artanis.
Dick move starting me supply
Zeratul.
blocked.
I am Karax of the Kalai Caste.
Friend Karax, we must establish this nexus as quickly as possible.
Oh, these are different than the chrono boosts in the prologue. This isn't an energy one, this is one of the permanent ones. Why does the prologue have different chrono boost?
You have not enough minerals.
Just cut the fucking rocks, droid. What are we facing? Zerg. This is what. Oh, we can get carriers. This early? We can get carriers. That's crazy. Dragoon. Hmm. Can they actually pathfind? Because the Dragoon in StarCraft 1 is notorious for how bad its pathfinding is. It's actually kind of funny. The pathfinding in StarCraft 1 is just dog shit. Which makes sense, like why you can't command all units like you can now, because the pathfinding would be chaos. But what's interesting is like the pathfinding in Command and Conquer is like really fucking good for the time. Like the fact that the miners can find shit. Like original StarCraft, you had to manually take each worker and make sure you had 3 workers on each mineral patch. They didn't just automate. And then even back in Wings of Liberty, it started the game where I had to fucking click them every time, which was annoying. Like, why? Like, just make them mining. Just, like, save me the 2 seconds. I feel like we won't go Stalker at all. Because, like, Zerglings, Ultras. Stalkers are okay against this, the Guardians. I don't know how much, Mutalisk and Guardians they're gonna throw at me, but I'm thinking we're gonna go Immortals and Scouts, and then Mineral Dump Zealots whenever we have flooding minerals. Because there's going to be a shitload of Zerglings. There always is with Zerg. That's why I don't really want to take the Stalker, because the Zergling, the micro on the Zerglings is going to be too annoying. If it's not a micro mission, I really don't want to fucking blink around my Stalkers. Plus, the Stalkers, I mean, let's be real. The Stalkers are the worst unit in StarCraft 2. Everybody knows it. Like, if you're a god at micro, like Alpha Star, sure, it's great. But, you know, I'm a human. I'm a regular old man. Versus armored. Okay. Armored mechanical. Is the Stalker also armored? See, I don't play Protoss, so that's why I have to look. You know, because like in Versus, I don't think that deep on it. You know, like if I know, like if I pretty much, like in the low levels that I play on, like silver and gold and shit, sometimes diamond, like the Protoss, if I'm playing Protoss, I automatically assume they're gonna go air, just because air toss is like really good against Zerg, so I always rush Spire, and you know, spore is it, what is that, what it's called? Spore colony in the mineral line for the DTs if those hit, and then extra queens. Strong against Mutalisk. How about strong against everything? Like, what do they even have? They literally have nothing to stop a carrier. Like, the Mutalisk can, like, at least hit some of it, but, like, they're paper. They're made of paper. If there's not, like, real heavy air, I might go Colossi. Like, my final, like, those final units towards the, when you're, like, hitting your limit, you know? Oh, but we have Dragoons instead of Stalkers, too. That's cool. Oh my god, they're so much better than the Stalker. 120 health. 1 armor. Range 7. What is this? Stalker's gotta have more. Stalkers have less! I guess because Stalkers can teleport. Ooh. They shoot faster, though. Dragoon is just still better all around. Still weak against Zerglings, though. So is the Immortal. But that's where the Zealot wall in front of the Immortal. I mean, that's what the Zealots are there for. They don't actually do shit for you. Maybe I can't. It's just telling me units I can't build, I guess. I can just build Zealots and Stalkers, I guess. Should have probably looked. Why would it tell me on the tech tree then? Okay, I don't even have a forge. Okay.
construct additional pylons.
They're coming.
My life for iron. My life for iron.
Zeratul, the Zerg are moving to attack. Rally your defenses.
I am the voice of the Eclipse.
My life for iron. My life for iron.
The music is just so peaceful.
My life for iron. My life for iron.
Can't believe I went through my whole game plan just to be able to have stalkers and zealots.
My life for iron. My life for iron. My life for iron. My life for iron. My life for iron.
Oh, shoot, the same one at the same time. This is.
I am here in the shadows. I am here in the shadows. I am here in the shadows.
I don't even have warp gates, you know? It's crazy.
I am here in the shadows.
Yo, he's there in the shadows.
That should be enough, Dark Prelate. Your forces are ready to seek out Artanis' last known location.
Don't tell me what to do. Nerd. Don't you have a fucking calculator to fucking dial in or something? These zealots even have charge? Thank God they have charge at least. They gave me one thing at least. Robot. Hey, free stuff.
We should be able to summon my Nerazine brothers.
Dark Prelate, we answer your call.
You have not enough minerals.
I serve for now.
Does this cloak me? No.
We are one.
You have not enough minerals.
Very well.
We embrace the glory of battle.
Another void pylon.
We are at your service, Zeratul. I am the heart of darkness.
Zeratul, denier of the cup.
Whoa.
These zealots have been corrupted. The hybrid must be behind this. Let us move with purpose.
I am the voice of the eclipse.
Come on, pull him off the creep. Off the creep.
This appears to be the last void pylon in the area.
From the shadows we come. State bidding.
Remember when that bitch told me I had enough forces?
We move unseen.
Executor Solendus, I have encountered your missing Templar, but they have been corrupted, as if possessed. Solendus.
You require my skills.
Zeratul, I can sense your presence. The Kala is filled with rage.
I don't know
My
where
mind is
Jack is.
being
He must have
consumed.
slept in because he stayed up too late playing video games.
Artanis, you must hold on. We are coming for you. Your lies are meaningless, purposeless. I grant you salvation. The Dark God is here, on Ire. He has wrested control of the Kala. The Templar have fallen. With our nerve cords severed, only we Nerazine remain unaffected. It falls to us to halt this madness, brothers.
Oh, what? I gotta click around now? I got fucking loincloth again?
I only pray that we are not too late.
Hey, the dragoons that I saw in the fucking thing.
Of salvation.
I bring wisdom.
Mr. Loincloth. Say let him fight, right? So I can heal up for a minute here. Oh, they don't damage each other. It's so cinematic.
Fury and rage. Zeratul, you are alone. Do not resist the unity he brings.
You must not hesitate.
I can hear his whispers.
Fight, Artanis. Do not let Amon consume you.
Unending hatred.
He has corrupted the Kala. Your nerve cords chain you to his will. They must be removed.
like a Spider-Man. Oh shit.
The keystone will guide you to the Selmaga.
I'm like a notorious Zeratul hater. I mean, it was, you know, he was the original voice actor was cool and all, but like it's like, oh no, Zeratul's dead. Now I don't have to fucking look at his loincloth. Like Zeratul's missions are like,
Give me.
especially when you first start learning StarCraft, Zeratul's missions are awful. They're such a pain in the ass, and you have to do more of them to fucking start this. It's like Zeratul dies, and I'm like, good, no more Zeratul missions.
Facelift Karax, I have been looking for you.
Artanis, praise the
Your nerve
gods.
cords, they must be removed.
It was done by the Dark Templar. I am free of the Kala's corruption. Are there others?
I have saved all that I could. Come, we must escape this world before time runs out.
Escape? How?
The Spear of Adun still rests beneath the ruins of Kor Shakal. Its generators are ancient, but a phase smith of your ability will know how to bring them online.
You know, it makes sense why Zeratul can jump around so much. I mean, they got grasshopper legs.
This is fortune we cannot ignore.
They're probably really good jumpers, you know?
Come, we must go at once.
Hierarch, we are en route to the Spear of Adun. As long as its generators still function, I should be able to bring
Dog, the
them
units
online.
I'm getting are
Once the
fucking
spear is fully active,
photon cannons. Like, give me an actual unit and the fucking cannons.
The Spear of Adun lies dormant beneath the heart of the Conclave. I had hoped to raise it, to secure our victory against the Zerg. But now, it is our last hope for survival.
Artemis, why do you flee from your salvation?
Celendis. She has fallen under Amon's control. Karax, we have to bring the Spear of Adun online. The first power cell is activating, but the remaining 4 have been disabled by creep. I see. We have no choice but to clear them. What of our defenses? Unfortunately, they are without power. However, the Spear of Adun support systems can aid us. They will allow us to deploy pylons anywhere on the battlefield. We should deploy one here as soon as possible.
Oh, I get Spear of Adun powers? That's cool.
These photon cannons can defend our nexus point, Hierarch. They require only a pylon to function. You can warp in a pylon using the Spear of Adun. Press the
I know how to
deploy
do it.
pylon button at the top
I
of your
didn't think
command
I was going to
screen.
get Spirit of Adun
Our
stuff
cannons will
because
now
I
fire
figured
upon enemies
it had to
within
be in the
range.
air,
If they become
you know?
damaged, the shield battery will restore their shielding.
These defenses will indeed be vital to our evacuation.
No warp
But
gate.
Our first priority must be to clear the power cells of creep.
We can now transform our gateways into warp gates.
Thank
This
you.
allows us to warp in warriors to any area with pylon power.
Thank you. Oh my god. I was going to be like, fuck, another fucking mission with no warp gates.
Circling bioforms on approach to our nexus. We must rally our defenses.
Yeah, yeah.
State thy bidding.
I just want to see how well these guys do.
We are one with the shadows. Very well.
Upgrade complete.
Upgrade. Do they have a cyber core yet? Fun fact, the cyber core has a shitload of health. So they're good to put right here.
I'm detecting unpowered warp gates nearby. Constructing a pylon next to them would restore their power,
Yeah, yeah.
giving us an advantage.
I have
The
to
Spear
build
of Adun's
cyber
deployed
cores first.
pylon ability would be ideal for this. Of course,
I
our probes
fucking
can always
know
warp in
how to do
pylons
it,
as
bro.
well.
I make it in my mouth. Gorgeous. Gorgeous.
Our forces have discovered a warp gate. Now, we only need to construct a pylon to power it. Warp gate online. We can begin warping in warriors from it immediately, Hierarch.
We move unseen. It shall be as you say. Cold is the
Probius. Need to slap down some gates real quick.
I am here in the shadows. State thy bidding. I am here in the shadows. I am the voice of the We are one.
Another pack of Zerglings is approaching our nexus from the south.
Very well.
Upgrade complete. My life for iron.
Cold is the state thy bidding. It shall be as you say. We move unseen.
Boom, 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 boom.
The second power cell is active. The spear's sensor array is reacting.
Do I get something else?
Do not deny your destiny, Mortalis. Your people have finally found true unity.
Sensors online. Wait, what is this? Warp prisms approaching our nexus point.
Stalkers, eliminate those warp prisms.
I am here in the shadows.
Your probes are under attack.
say, cold is the void. I serve. We move unseen.
We embrace the glory of battle.
Our pylon is under attack. Our pylon is under attack.
We embrace the glory of battle.
I am here in the shadows. Let our enemy know our fury.
Our pylon is under attack.
Let it. I don't care.
We embrace the glory of battle. My life for hire. My life for hire. My life for hire.
You have not enough minerals.
It shall be as you say. I am the voice. State thy bidding. We are.
My life for hire. My life for hire.
I am the heart of darkness. Very well.
Life is broken, flawed. It must be reforged.
For the record. I am the voice of the eclipse.
Every hand turns against you. Even the ground beneath your feet carries the seeds of my victory.
Nidus worms. Warriors, strike them down. We are not defeated yet.
Struggle no more. Be released from your pain.
Our pylon is under attack.
Dan. Really wasn't expecting Niduses.
The second power cell is active. The spear's sensor array is reacting.
Do not deny your destiny, Artanis. Your people have finally found true unity.
Sensors online. Wait, what is this? Warp prisms approaching our nexus point.
Stalkers, eliminate those warp prisms.
I am the heart of darkness.
Base is under attack.
I am here in the shadows.
Base is under attack.
We are one with the shadows.
We embrace the glory of battle.
You have not enough minerals. You have not enough minerals. You have not enough minerals.
Build the fucking panel.
State thy bidding. I am the voice. We are one with the shadows. We move unseen.
Struggle no more. Be released from your pain.
For the reckoning.
Karax, I brought another warp gate online. Prepare it for immediate use.
I am here in the shadows. Very well. We are one with the shadows. I am the voice of the eclipse.
Base is under attack.
Cold is the void.
Fascinating. I just killed my own guy.
I am the heart of darkness.
Embrace the seeds of my victory.
Shadow, you require my skills.
Nidus worms. Warriors, strike them down. We are not defeated yet.
Base is under attack.
I am the voice of the eclipse. Let our enemy know our fury. The shadows, you require my skills.
Base is under attack. You have not enough minerals.
I am here in the shadows. Let our enemy know our fury. We are one with the shadows.
You have not enough minerals.
My life for iron.
Cold, I am the heart. You require my skills. I serve for now. I am the voice of the eclipse. Shall be as you say. For the reckoning.
All shall be one. All conflict shall end.
For now.
We embrace the glory of battle.
I am the heart.
My life for iron.
Unseen. You require my skills.
Oh, fuck.
Pylon is under attack. Our pylon.
These photon cannons can defend our nexus point, Hierarch. They require only a pylon to function. You can warp in a pylon using the Spear of Adun. Press the Deploy Pylon button at the top of your command screen. Our cannons will now fire upon enemies within range. If they become damaged, the shield battery will restore their shielding.
These defenses will indeed be vital to our evacuation, but our first priority must be to clear the power cells of creep.
So the cyber cores did not work. The AI learned since Wings of Liberty, I guess.
We can now transform our gateways into warp gates. This allows us to warp in warriors to any area with pylon power.
Pylon for hire.
Zergling bioforms on approach to our nexus. We must rally our defenses.
Upgrade complete.
Let's go. Upgrade. Perfect timing for that upgrade. Quiet. Mommy's trying to focus. I don't even think I need.
Man, there's
three
a
on there.
there's a
There
whole
you-
cottage industry about roasting clavicula.
Where you been?
I was trying to figure out the HDMI audio thing, and then everything broke. So I had to try and fix it. It's all fixed now. The HDMI audio is very crackly and not very good, which is really cool. Like, yeah, give us the option of HDMI audio so I don't have to deal with overlapping audios, and it doesn't work.
Okay,
I'm detecting
maybe I want a
unpowered
little bit of
warp
gas
gates
for the
nearby.
upgrades.
Constructing a pylon next to them would restore their power, giving us an advantage. The Spear of Adun's deploy pylon ability would be ideal for this. Of course, our probes can always warp in pylons as well.
Ula Sadari. Kasa, Datum. Pylon for hire.
Warp gate online. We can begin warping in warriors from it immediately, Hierarch.
Pylon for hire.
Okay, back it up, guys. Don't get too eager beavers. So might as well put the cyber core here. Beep, 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 beep. How much is it? 150.
Upgrade complete. You have not enough minerals.
I am here in the shadows. I am here in the shadows.
You have not enough minerals.
I am here in the shadows. I am here in the shadows.
Another pack of Zerglings is approaching our nexus from the south.
In the heart of darkness. Very well. We move on.
In a second, honey. You'll play in a second.
Eclipse. For the reckoning. You require my skill. I am here in the shadows. I serve.
The second power cell is active. The spear's sensor array is reacting.
Do not deny your destiny, Artanis. Your people have finally found true unity.
Sensors online. Wait, what is this? Warp prisms approaching our nexus point.
Stalkers, eliminate those warp prisms.
Be as you say. There are intriguing. State thy bidding. We move unseen.
Our pylon is under attack.
Always touching my stuff.
I am here.
Our pylon is under attack.
My life for iron. We must construct additional pylons. You are out of Vespene gas. You need more Vespene gas.
We move unseen.
I sent a message to that Monty girl through her website. It said give it about a week-ish to respond. So we'll see what happens there. Hopefully, I did send her multiple videos about things that we've sent. I sent her the Antioch of Asia episode. I think I sent her... maybe the Jake Hanrahan one?
Brought another warp gate online.
And I think there was another one that I sent.
You have not enough.
I am here.
Highlight for iron.
I am here in the shadows. I am the voice. The eclipse.
Highlight for iron.
Shadows.
My life for iron.
We embrace the glory of battle.
I added a few videos too.
Life is broken, flawed. It must be reforged.
I serve for now. You require my skills. Let our enemy
Is under attack. Our pylon is under attack.
Our pylon is under attack. My life for Super Earth.
You have not enough minerals.
heart of darkness. For the reckoning, I serve. It shall be as you say. I am the heart of darkness.
The dot of Harkness.
I am here in the shadows. I am here in the shadows. I serve. We know I am the voice of the
I saw him in the shadows.
You require my skills. Very
Every hand turns against you. Even the ground beneath your feet carries the symbols of my victory.
are not defeated yet.
Base is under attack.
Run, 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 run!
I am here in the
Alright,
eclipse.
we lived.
You have not enough minerals.
My life for hire.
State thy bidding.
My life for hire.
I serve for now. We are one with the shadows. We move unseen. Very wise. Intriguing. Very well. For the reckoning. Veraku. It shall be as you say. Veraku. That our enemy will have fury.
My life for hire.
You can put videos on.
Yeah, I'm just fixing my soundboard.
I am here in the shadows.
My life for hire.
Mineral field depleted.
For the reckoning.
My life for hire.
Mineral field depleted.
We move unseen.
When Idiocracy first came out, everyone wondered, could this ever happen? And now, everyone's wondering which scenes from Idiocracy have happened already. Welcome to the Idiocracy IRL tour. My name is Jason. I'm going to show you around Washington, D.C. You're going to see all of the things in Idiocracy that have happened thus far. And we're going to wonder,
Is he
what's
walking
about to
backwards
happen?
talking to
What's
these
next?
people but
Do you
acting
know
like
the
he's talking to
president
the
in
camera?
Idiocracy?
That's
The
great.
Idiocracy tour? You're not here for it? Okay, because I had a couple sign up. Not you guys? Okay. Have you haven't watched Idiocracy? Oh, you should check it out. So, in there is
Definitely
President
should.
Camacho. Now he's sponsored by Mountain Dew. In real life,
It's Brondo.
Idiocracy. The president is sponsored by
The
a
thirst
lot of
mutilator.
interest groups.
It has what plants craves.
But basically, you know, the country's kind of like up for sale. You know what I mean?
Donald Trump, no. This is
It
the
has
sequel to
electrolytes.
Idiocracy. The president now is Donald Trump. In Idiocracy,
It's what
was
the
President
reflecting
Camacho,
pool is
Mountain Dew
full
Camacho.
of at the moment.
Yeah.
Brondo.
So it's understandable that you'd mistake that because they are very similar. Trump, of course, did professional wrestling. He was at WrestleMania 4
do
and
that.
5 at Trump Plaza. He also did the Battle of the Billionaires, WrestleMania 23, Bobby Lashley versus Umaga, the hair versus hair match, where he shaved Vince McMahon's head. And people were wondering, could this guy really become president? That seems absurd. And Donald Trump's the president now. So in a lot of ways, we're living right now in the sequel to Idiocracy.
In absurdity.
That's why this is an immersive tour.
Because
all right, so
the
let's keep
guy
walking.
in Idiocracy, the
So
president,
that's
literally
the
is a
reflecting
wrestler.
pool.
And
He spent
technically,
$15
Donald
million
Trump is a
paying that,
wrestler.
and you can tell there's
Technically.
algae just growing all over it. It looks like shit.
A big part of the tour today is going to be the reflecting pool. Now, obviously, you can see it's kind of a green,
It's kind of
mossy,
shitty.
algae-filled kind of thing, but it did cost a lot of money. And that's pretty idiotic, right?
This is called the Kennedy Center for Performing Arts.
I know that.
John F.
Come and
Kennedy
get
was the
water.
president
I'll
who
go.
was assassinated. I don't know if you know
Definitely.
that.
I know the whole story. Yeah.
Well, the president of the United States, Donald Trump, he put his name above John F. Kennedy. And a lot of people are saying it's a lot like Idiocracy. Like it's a very stupid thing to have happen. So if we keep coming here, you can see the letters are actually being removed right now.
Donald Trump put his name on the Kennedy Center, you know, the memorial. He wants to build a big arch to himself while everyday Americans are having trouble paying for groceries. So kind of, you know, Idiocracy IRL. Anyway, if you want to come right down here, we can continue the tour.
So this is the Kennedy Center for the Performing Arts, and Donald Trump put his name above John F. Kennedy here. They're removing it now. People thought maybe it was just a little too idiotic, even for this world of idiocracy that we're living in right now.
Hi, are you here for the tour? Are you here for the Idiocracy tour? It's Idiocracy IRL.
What does mean IRA?
In real life.
No, this is real life.
Yeah, real life.
We live in the real life now.
That's exactly
We're
right.
from Mars and somewhere else.
And you're not from Mars either, sir.
Yeah.
So you might love this tour. So basically, do you know the movie? Do you know the film?
No.
So
we
basically,
don't like the movies because right now they're idiocracy.
they're Idiocracy.
Idiocracy
Well,
movies, so
that-
we don't watch it.
Well, it's a movie called Idiocracy, and in real life, they're recreating the movie. So it's kind of like a sequel almost, right?
Okay, so this is the Lincoln Memorial right here. And the Lincoln Memorial just yesterday held a weigh-in for an Ultimate Fighting Championship. A lot of
It was
people
at the
say that's
Lincoln
a parallel
Memorial?
between
That's
Idiocracy
awesome.
and where we are today as a country.
Do you know the movie Idiocracy? So basically, it's this movie about the future where everything
People be
Something like
sleeping on this
pretending to
Mike
be
Judge
tour
movie,
guides.
right? Everything's stupid. It's the future. Everyone got dumber. And so now they're going to be doing a UFC event on the White House lawn. So they're going to do violence on the White House lawn for the entertainment of the president. So Idiocracy IRL in real life. Yeah.
That's interesting.
Are you enjoying the tour?
Yeah.
Okay, great. Come this way then. Come this way.
We're gonna take some pictures.
Oh, I'll wait with you. Yeah.
Also in Idiocracy, people ignored science, and you see a lot of that happening now with like RFK Jr. He's swimming in sewage, all types of great stuff. All right, thank you. We'll keep moving this way. The society in Idiocracy, they ignored the people who were experts. They ignored experts. They ignored scholars, professors. We're kind of seeing similar things happen now, like with global warming. People are ignoring global warming, especially people in government right now. So there are some parallels to that as well. And also you'll see the reflecting pool here. The reflecting pool, it was just painted. It was a big renovation, and now it looks green. In Idiocracy, people kind of talked in like short phrases and catchphrases. Now you see that with Donald Trump. Donald Trump, he says, "Make America great again." He calls his political enemies scum. He breaks it down to the stupidest possible phrase, and then people just kind of go with it. You can kind of see it in the public, what's happening. People are kind of becoming, I guess, idiots, for lack of a better word.
Like name a really stupid thing that is happening in Washington D.C. right now.
Well, you can see Biden made a mess during the last 4 years. Now the new president has to clean. Look at this, beautiful.
The pool here?
Yeah.
You think the pool is beautiful?
It's beautiful. I can see the monument.
Can you
it's
see
clean.
Can you see the difference though?
Yes.
You can see the difference in the reflecting pool?
Yes.
So they painted it blue. What color does it look like right now?
They didn't paint it blue.
What did they paint it?
You're kidding me? So you see the problem that's
Right.
uneducated.
They
people
literally
say that.
painted
You
it
never
the blue of
paint
the
it blue.
American flag.
You never do.
No, because blue doesn't reflect.
Right. So
So
what do you paint it?
It's special.
Clean.
I am not an expert.
You paint it clean?
No. This is a special. If you put blue, there's no reflection. You go any pond.
I'm sorry, are you here for the tour or not?
Oh no, I'm not in the tour.
Oh, okay. All right.
But God bless you.
Yeah, God bless you too.
And
Keep looking around Washington D.C. You'll see all sorts of references to the film Idiocracy.
You might be able to catch a glimpse of it being removed. You can see his name was up there. He's like the president in Idiocracy. He's like the same character. He's a pro wrestling figure. kind of talks in broad strokes.
What's funny is this, like, we were
let's keep
just
walking
watching
this way.
Alex Jones.
In Idiocracy, like intellectualism was devalued. And we're kind of seeing the same thing.
Alex Jones what?
Winning? He said it about the Knicks winning or something.
I missed what you said. What did you say?
I said we were just watching Alex Jones, and he was saying some shit was like Idiocracy, and I don't remember what it was.
I mean, you'd be kind of...
I think it was about... I think he was talking about the Knicks or something.
Oh, like not even talking about Donald Trump?
Yeah, yeah. Because, like,
awesome.
that's, like... I can tell you, nobody else talks about Idiocracy more than, like, the freedom right.
Mm-hmm.
The libertarian... Like, everything is, like, Idiocracy to them. But they don't... Like... I don't know. They just compare things to Idiocracy that make no sense. Like, Tim Pool says it all the time, too.
That I can believe. Yeah, he's a bit special. He needs some help. Wish there were more colours.
Happen right now in the United States of America, where intellectualism is kind of spit upon. I'm sure you remember in Idiocracy, they put Gatorade on the crops because they had electrolytes.
Have you seen
it was
the
Brondo
movie, the sequel at all?
Sequel to
Idiocracy. Yeah, no, that's why they're doing all the dumb stuff. They're doing the UFC fight on the lawn. It's gonna be a big scene in the sequel to the movie. So you guys are experiencing it IRL in real life?
Okay, so this is the John F. Kennedy Center for the Performing Arts.
Okay.
And Donald Trump, who's the current president of the United States,
I'm going to read you some
put his
things.
name above.
All right. All I want you to do is tell me, you know, it's like a test where it's like, what comes next in the sequence? Okay?
Sure.
So you tell me what categories are missing here. So whatever is the first thing that pops in your head. Okay, what we have is dark comedy, parody, gun fu, action epic, tragedy, martial arts, docudrama.
Extraterrestrial, sci-fi.
Uh-huh. Another one.
Action thriller.
We have action epic.
Oh, that's a good one.
Already on there.
Kids movie.
Kids movie.
Yeah, because we've got to put robots on there. It's a communist movie. Has the world's best sex scene in it.
Alright, another one.
Let's do indie horror. Maybe we'll do some indie horror movies. Would we watch documentaries?
Huh?
Like a Louis Theroux documentary or something?
It depends. If I did, I would probably show it as a bonus thing like I did with the Joy Luck Club.
Yes, okay. Well, if we did do a documentary thing, we could do 2 documentaries in a single sitting. And, because they're usually 45 minutes to an hour and a half. It wouldn't be too bad.
Why are you naughty? Why are you naughty?
Of John F. Kennedy and made it the Donald J. Trump. Now, you might be wondering, what are the parallels to the movie Idiocracy? Why does this make it Idiocracy in real life? It's because it's probably one of the stupidest things you could do is put your name over a president who was assassinated. Right? Any questions?
Nope.
Nope.
We know it well.
Yeah.
Can't wait for the scaffolding to come down.
Yeah, to see his name removed. All right, thank you. Enjoy the rest of the whatever.
Let's say Idiocracy IRL tour. Yeah. All right. Thanks, guys. Thanks for touring Washington, D.C. They're shooting the whole sequel to Idiocracy. It should be amazing. That's why Donald Trump is a reality TV show host. That's why we elected such a dumb guy. All right. I'll see ya. Yeah. I hope you enjoyed the tour.
Well, thank you for joining us on the tour. I appreciate you coming out and letting me speak and give the tour.
Thank you very much.
Oh, yeah. Gratuity, you know, it's not required, but it is expected.
Yes, yes.
Yeah, it's appreciated.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay. All right.
Can't teach class.
Alright. That was good.
Kids movie, I don't know.
You may have heard of the University
Robots! Shh. For fuck's sake. Shh.
If I scroll past it, that's what I'll put in there.
Queensland Press, a prominent Australian publishing house. It evolved from a traditional academic publisher into what some might call a vanguard of the progressive left, publishing titles with a heavy emphasis on diversity, social justice, and an extensive catalogue of First Nations writing. They feature classic titles such as If Queers Weren't Meant to Have Kids, or the completely non-racialised Black Life that ticks all the right boxes. Aboriginal identity, resilience and resistance, confronting themes of dispossession, cultural survival and the enduring strength of community. It's a real hit. But as we found with this hyper-curated culture, you're only in the good books, mind the pun, if everyone plays along. The moment the institutional machine panics, the virtue signalling completely unravels. Case in point, and thank you to the viewers who sent this one in, a tiny Indigenous children's book titled Billa, A River Cycle. The issue is not with Indigenous author Jazz Money, shown on the left here, but with illustrator Matt Chun, shown on the right. He publishes a regular newsletter on Substack where he jumps on all the far left talking points. For example, in this one posted on Australia Day, he not only crosses out the word Australia, but describes the National Day as...
So this guy is... Just scrolling through this guy's videos, this guy is like... full-on... fascist chud retard. Almost every video is crying about Indigenous people or the ABC. This is incredible. Got some One Nation stuff. Man. This is great. What a fuckhead. Man, what a fuckhead. Oh my god. Jesus Christ. This guy's channel description. Deep thinker, contrarian. Deep thinker, bro. Yeah, okay.
As a grotesque annual celebration of its ongoing, illegitimate, annihilatory colonial project. You've got to wonder why he continues to live in a country he hates so much. But the one that got him into real trouble is this one, titled, We Don't Mourn Fascists. Here he talks about the late 2025 Bondi Beach terror attack, which he refers to as the Chabad shooting, and argues that the victims are not entitled to empathy or mourning due to their links with Zionism. He wrote, These statements from the left impulsively mourned the loss of innocent lives. Whiteness, Jewishness, and the backdrop of Bondi Beach were enough to bestow every person killed with default innocence and virtue. As a result, few people would have known that the targeted event was the broad daylight celebration of a violent supremacist organisation deeply complicit in the ongoing genocide of Palestinians. Essentially, he's saying that the attendees had it coming. They deserved their
what
fate.
3 categories
of course,
did
he
you
focuses
pick?
heavily on race.
Sci-fi. Sci-fi.
Kids,
kids and what?
Documentaries?
No, you said something else.
Oh, indie horror.
Stating, racism, however, is not simply an ambient prejudice, it is a systemic power dynamic of oppression, which on these stolen lands, first and foremost, targets First Nations people. Settlers of colour, particularly refugees, are also subjected to systemic violence. Muslims are heavily policed, surveilled, and institutionally discriminated against. The majority of Jewish people, however, have been deputized into whiteness and do not experience structural or state-based racism in Australia.
I mean, they don't. In fact, the entire New South Wales police force was weaponized to defend the whip for genocide in Israel. So, are you contesting that this is correct, or are you triggered like a little bitch at the language being used? But if someone was to dumb it down to like One Nation voter level, you would probably agree with this statement. So like it's literally just like, again, going back to what his fucking bio says with a deep thinker. If you thought deeply about this, you would probably come to realize that they're correct. And you're just a reactionary idiot crying because of specific language that was used. Specific language that you have designated as woke. Whatever the fuck that means. Because it certainly doesn't mean what it actually means anymore.
Again, with Australia crossed out. He really does hate this country. And if you think I'm exaggerating, this is his final thought. These lands have been pillaged, poisoned, desecrated, and set ablaze by colonisers. Genocidal occupation entities cannot be reformed.
Lie, buddy?
They must be destroyed. Every inch of stolen land must be liberated. There was a time before Israel, America, Australia, and there will be a time after. Basically, not only is it threatening language, it's bordering on the outright incitement of domestic terrorism, is it not?
No, it isn't.
Remember, this guy is a children's book illustrator. You'd think he'd be a bit more chill. Either way, the University of Queensland, despite their relentless corporate posture of celebrating diversity and inclusion, decided they couldn't continue to entertain his rhetoric. So they went full nuclear and destroyed the Indigenous lady's book. I'm not joking. The Guardian reported the fallout with the headline, University of Queensland Press cancelled children's book over illustrator's post on Zionist framing of Bondi attack. The article noted, University of Queensland said on Wednesday its publishing house would not proceed with the publication of Billa, a river cycle, written by Jazz Money and illustrated by Matt Chun, and was considering recycling options for already printed copies. I love how they put recycling options in quotes. It's not quite modern-day book burning, but nothing says we are progressive, eco-conscious protectors of culture.
This is the kind of weak shit that would get me when I was in this like Gamergate mouth breathing era.
Short-sighted.
What?
Short-sighted.
What does that have to do with anything I was saying? What?
Well, you were short-sighted at the time.
Yes. yes.
This
It's
type of
just like-
thinking is short-sighted.
Yeah. It's just like, it's just like it's just people. You're just not engaging your brain. You're lazy.
You just like you come to like a conclusion and you don't think of another thing else. You just don't,
and
you don't
then
actually
the-
care what the actual source of something is. It's just
Yeah,
whatever
yeah,
is the
it-
first thing that comes in.
Yeah, and then because that's what you believe and that's the first thing you've been told when introduced to this issue, you get around people who also have these ideas and it solidifies you into like a clique. And then because you're in this like friend group, and you know, we say it all the time with that group chat and shit, that like as soon as we started disagreeing with them, they turned on us. So it's like, you know, it's just like, it's people scared to admit that they were wrong. At the end of the day. It's fear. It's cowardice. Right? People who don't hold this quality do not question changing their mind. These people say that they care about science, yet the scientific method is alien to them. The scientific method is assuming nothing to be correct. And just it's taking theories that can be reproduced as the most likely possible answer to a question, not saying that this is the answer. In a world that wasn't this polarized, yeah, this statement is always going to get something like this happen. I think it's a little ridiculous. I think the overreaction around the discussion around Bondi was overly protective. Nobody wants to talk about how Israel and Netanyahu are the main cause of Bondi. But, you know, let's just keep blaming ISIS, which, whatever. Yeah, they were ISIS pledges, they did the attack. But at the end of the day, if Netanyahu wasn't tying Jews to genocide and tying Judaism to genocide, and the Australian state wasn't doing what they were doing to try and protect Israeli interests, then none of this would have had to be said. This is what happens when public discord is suppressed and pushed onto the fringes and then treated like extremism. When in reality, we're living through a genocide that most Western states have sat down on their hands and done nothing about. Supported, even. Punished people who opposed it. More than just supported. Complicit. I would say that you could easily mount an argument to say that most global North countries have been complicit in the genocide of Palestine. At least Gaza. Has anyone put sanctions on Israel over West Bank settlers?
I don't know. I'm doing list work and stuff, so I'm using my brain for that right now.
Because I'd be very interested to know. Cal, do you know? Did anyone put sanctions or punish Israel over settler violence in the West Bank? Because, like, everybody knows that it's going on. Everybody knows that these people are going into West Bank, into Palestinian homes, harassing them, berating them, assaulting them, killing them, stealing their property. Well, stealing their land, really. Only on individuals? Fuck's sake. So, okay, then yes, the the entire global north is complicit in the actions of Israel. And they should be... Everybody who didn't act to try and prevent actions in Palestine, in the state, should be also held to account for at least complicity in genocide, in my opinion. Every single one. Did you see Keir Starmer resigned?
Yeah.
Pretty cool.
Quite like finding a sustainable, green-friendly way to pulp 5,000 copies of an Indigenous children's book. Of course, if you cancel an Aboriginal author's book under the guise of corporate
Couldn't
compliance,
agree more, Cal.
you better be prepared for the progressive fallout. The ABC declared,
It was promised to him.
authors ditch University of Queensland Press after Indigenous kids' book pulled for anti-Semitism of illustrator. Aboriginal poet and Stella Prize winner Evelyn Araluen immediately cut ties with the publisher directly.
I mean, it wasn't necessarily anti-Semitic, it was... victim blaming? If you want to call it anything. It really did seem more like victim blaming. Just being like, oh, well, they... Not even that, it's just like, oh, well, they support fascism, so they deserve it. Like, it's a typical leftist, commie kind of comment that you would expect. Like, that doesn't shock me in any way. I'm like, if I looked into this guy, I bet you he's a Marxist-Leninist. But let's have a look, huh? Let's have a look at who this guy is. He's got quite a few books. Political views. Media attention when he signed describing Australia Day as a National Dickhead Day. That's funny. Went viral on social media. He received death threats. That's pretty typical. Sneeze. Oh. He has called for boycotts on art organisations including the National Gallery of Victoria, Melbourne Symphony Orchestra, the National Gallery of Australia, which he accuses of supporting Zionism, and media outlets including the ABC and The Guardian, which he described as enemy media. That's funny. He describes October 7 attacks as a courageous act of revolutionary decolonisation. Yeah, this guy's a Marxist-Leninist. Soon after the attacks, he posted a message: "Power to the freedom fighters, love to the martyrs, death to the occupation, resistance by any means, liberation from the river to the sea." Sure, bro. Him with Clementine Ford, Randa Abel Fattah, and others published the leaked transcript of a 600-member WhatsApp group for Jewish Australian writers, art workers, and academics, along with a spreadsheet containing the names, occupations, social media profiles, and photographs of group members and other Jewish creators. Yeah, that's a red fucking flag, goddamn. That's real bad, dude. I'm not surprised whatsoever that Clementine Ford was involved with this. People listed in the spreadsheet and their families subsequently received death threats. Yep, that makes sense. The incident was widely cited in public discussions of new doxing laws that were introduced in Australia. Honestly, I would call that anti-Semitic, and you should probably get punished for that. That's pretty fucking bad. In August 25, reported Victoria Police had received a letter from the former Victorian Director of Public Prosecutions asking to investigate him for alleged terrorist activity. The police investigation concluded that there was insufficient evidence to press charges. Great. Comments on Bondi. Whatever. We don't mourn fascist standard, the Zionist propaganda machine, sure. I mean, we've said as much in far better words. Just the amount that we've talked about Bondi and all of that stuff. The hate crime units of the New South Wales Police Force were reported for investigating his remarks. Great. 16 people. Sure. Bondi Hanukkah event was hosted by a Zionist Jewish supremacist organization, Shabbat. What do you know about that? Shabbat is a Hasidic dynasty and global movement within Haredi Judaism. It is among the largest, most influential, and publicly visible movement of Hasidic Judaism, known for its exclusive network of institutions and actively engaging with Jews of all affiliations worldwide, in contrary the general insular concentration of most Haredi groups. Now it says that it is a related concept, but it's not actually mentioned anywhere in the actual Wikipedia, which makes me think that they don't outwardly talk about it. Someone wrote in some magazine that this guy's politics was deeply nihilistic and a paranoid form of anti-colonial politics, which is more concerned with moralistic justifications for mass shootings than putting forward a positive program for liberation of indigenous people. That's a good fucking burn. That's great. That is what it feels like. Senate estimates hearing Liberal Senator asked the head of Creatives Australia about its funding of his work in light of the comments. Creative Australia said that it would not seek advice about recovering Chun's grants. As the funded work had been completed, the organisation said that it would seek to update future contracts to allow termination of funding should a recipient engage in hate speech or racial or religious vilification. Great. He has a maternal great-great-grandfather from China and a Jewish grandmother. He says that he rarely foregrounds his heritage in his activism due to his view that identity politics is often counter-revolutionary. Yeah, this guy's a fucking Marxist, Leninist piece of shit. And he's written about his decision to adopt the surname of his ancestor. Oh my god, he adopted his his great-grandfather's Chinese surname. That's great. Arrived in 1900. After his parents divorced, his sister changed their names with their mother when she dropped the father's name and reverted to that as well. Interesting. So it was all of them. His sister is a journalist and University of Melbourne academic. Interesting. Yeah, this guy's politics is 100% dog shit.
Torching UQP management in her statement. You have made a decision today to destroy culture, to destroy story, and to destroy any pretense of integrity UQP might have once held in the community. It's clear you don't deserve our words. She wasn't alone. Author Randa Abdel Fattah, who just months earlier was at the centre of the total collapse and cancellation of the 2026 Adelaide Writers' Week after being disinvited over similar cultural sensitivities, also walked out on UQP. Dozens of other prominent writers quickly joined the exodus, stating they stood unequivocally behind jazz money. In this hyper-woke world, you're only in the good books if you strictly follow the script. But the moment these extreme views force the censorship of an indigenous children's book, the progressive machine completely consumes itself. It just proves that wokeness is a fragile house of cards that collapses the moment anyone steps out of line.
Not fascism, though. You didn't actually prove anything in that video.
Okay. You ready?
For?
Elimination.
Sure. Dog shit video. Dog shit channel.
You know, when Idiocracy first came out,
The guy's a piece of shit.
First, I believe you specifically said extraterrestrial, so I tried to err more on the side of extraterrestrial, which is why
Alien
I have
sci-fi.
extra here. Alien creature impregnates a woman who gives birth to a man who was abducted by aliens 3 years ago. The man reconnects with his wife and son for a sinister purpose.
Here's a...
What do you think?
Sounds awful. When was it made?
1982?
No. Absolutely not. That is some B-movie shit.
Okay.
When I say
Here's
E.T., I'm talking like The Blob. I haven't seen The Blob.
Look at this. Look at this. This is a clip from the movie. Playing a flute. Muckmen. Paying attention? Isn't this cool? Look at that. Isn't that awesome?
It's pretty interesting. Sure. The fuck?
Right?
Sure,
This is
okay.
the best. Watch. So good. Isn't that awesome?
Insane. Sure, okay.
Stay in the car!
But, like, if you look, it's literally just a person with a mask on the back of their head.
It is too. That's awesome.
Alright, this is Altered States. It's about drugs, but it's a
Sure.
sci-fi. This is the Andromeda Strain. It's supposedly one
I've
of the
heard
best
of this.
sci-fi movies ever made.
Yes, I have heard of this movie.
Close Encounters.
I have not seen this, so yes.
Okay, you have to pick one.
This one.
Okay, now for the 4 kids movies. Robots. Flow.
It's a capybara.
Mm-hmm.
Is that anime?
No.
Oh. Interesting.
Song of the Sea. This is about an Irish boy
Interesting.
Girl who can turn into a seal and go on an adventure to free the fairies and save the spirit world. Okay. And some would say that the next one is not a kid's movie. Okay. But I put it in there because it's funny. Watership Down.
I have no idea what that is. Robots. Keep those for a later date.
Watership Down is...
If people haven't watched Robots, you need to watch
Watership
Robots.
Down is one of the most horrifying movies of all time.
Really?
It's
a movie about rabbits?
No, but, like, it really is. Like, it really is about rabbits.
Mm.
Because, like, if you think about how terrifying it is to be a rabbit. I mean, rabbits literally, like, rip each other apart for territory, too.
Mm-hmm. They're brutal.
It's brutal. But it's also an allegory for genocide.
Okay. Any specific one or just in general?
Hoping to escape destruction by human developers to save their community, a colony of rabbits led by Hazel and Fivers seek out a safe place to set up a new warren. Okay, so you want robots?
I do want to watch this, but robots.
Okay. Dead Girl.
Is that a vagina?
Yes. Splinter. Reanimator. Godzilla.
The original?
Yeah.
Interesting.
Have you seen it?
No. What's the first one? Oh, the second one, sorry. Splinter.
Splinter? It's this, like, crazy indie horror where, like, some type of, like, fungal parasites infects people, and it starts, like, you know how, like, when bugs get the fungal infections, like, shit starts coming out of them?
Yes. That one.
Splinter?
Yeah. What's this category for? What'd you put Godzilla
Horror.
in? Oh, okay. Just general
Indie horror.
Ah, okay.
Can't get more indie than Godzilla.
That's true. But yeah, Splinter. Robots has so many gold medals. It's the best communist film. It has Robin Williams in it. It's a movie about a revolution. And there's also a big evil corporation. It's really cyberpunk. And it's talks about it's like a movie made 20 years ago, an allegory for modern AI. Getting outmoded. I hope less people have seen it than I think they have. Because I've seen this movie and I've watched this movie so many times. But like, I feel like most people are not aware of this movie. Because it came out in between like all of the great early 2000s animated films, and the same company made Ice Age.
ISIS?
So I feel like this was a little overshadowed. Great cast though. Stifler's mum there's a farting robot. That's cool. And it has the best sex scene ever depicted.
Team America, or
it's better
The
than that.
Room.
No, it's better than that.
The Room. Can't beat it.
Illegal pro tip. If your company has been accused of stealing hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of Lego sets, the last thing you should do is go on camera with YouTube's most popular detective, known for killing giants, and start admitting that you were wrong or mistaken and start walking back your own allegations. And yet, that's not only what the owners of Bricks and Minifigs did, but that's also what the subsequent franchisee and the original franchisee did as well. That is not going to play well in their various lawsuits. People, not talking is always an option too. And remember, it's always Friday somewhere.
I asked them, do they have the Legos?
What I can tell you is that we don't have it. We've never had access to it.
And for multiple reasons, it seems like everyone is making prejudicial statements that are bad for the various cases and the various defenses. And we started our coverage of this whole Lego saga by saying that everyone should have talked to a lawyer earlier. I guess we also should have specified that they should keep talking to a lawyer once they have one. I am frankly shocked that the lawyers signed off on their clients' interviews in this whole thing, but we'll get into that. Now, we and everyone else has covered the facts in depth, but a quick recap of how we got here.
Titles?
Bricks and Minifigs is a franchisor of Lego resale stores. Franchising means the local store is independently owned. Corporate licenses the brand and takes royalties. In November of 2023, Brian Mansell consigned his father Ed's Star Wars collection to the Salem Kaiser Oregon store.
All right, titles. Let's put us back in politics. Let's go just chatting today, actually.
It doesn't work.
I know, but we'll see.
Just put something about pirating movies or something.
Yeah, well.
See if that does anything. Oh, Bijou, you bouncing around your cage? He's literally going sideways around the cage. Maybe you shouldn't have been a cunt. And you would have been able to run around. I mean, we all know he does it for attention.
Give me a second. The YouTube title is Democratic Piracy. What will you choose? Maybe what movie will you choose? Cool.
then run by franchisee Crystal Law Gorman and her husband Benjamin Gorman. Consignment means that you keep ownership and the store sells your stuff and takes a cut once it's been sold. Mansell and the Gormans publicized a value of around $200,000, but that was always unrealistically high, and this number could never be exact. CoffeeZilla, in his investigation, puts the number probably somewhere in the middle, around $100,000 to $110,000, and others who are far more knowledgeable about this than I am also seem to concur that that is a much more reasonable number. But at base, the Mansell collection consisted of hundreds of Lego sets in sealed condition, which everyone agrees was pretty valuable. Crystal Law and Mansell agreed to terms sometime around October or November of 2024, and the store sold Mansell's Lego for over a year. Then, in November of 2024, Law and Gorman announced that they were moving overseas. Bricks and Minifigs Corporate terminated their franchise agreement and repossessed the store overnight. The parties obviously disagree about how that closure went down. The Salem store then changed hands twice. In November, Bricks and Minifigs Corporate, quote, acquired these stores' assets as a bona fide purchaser for value without actual or constructive notice of the consignment agreement. As we've talked about in the past, bona fide purchaser for value will be important, and we'll talk about that again today, because a huge portion of Bricks and Minifigs' legal theory depends on the idea that the corporation had no meaningful notice that the Salem store had possession of some of Mansell's Lego sets. In January of 2025, corporate started the process of selling the Salem franchise to Josh Johnson and Brandon Best, and the sale was completed in March. And everyone agrees that within 48 hours of the takeover, Mansell asked the store to return the unsold Lego sets. At the time, the store was officially in the hands of corporate, but it was already being overseen by Johnson and Best. They told Mansell that they didn't have his collection, weren't a party to his agreement, and that the company owed him nothing. And for over a year, Mansell tried to verify which of his sets were still in the store. His lawyer sent them a demand letter, but that went nowhere. And that's how Mansell met Ben Schneider, better known as YouTube's Reckless Ben. Ben then waged a campaign against the store, the franchisees, and corporate in a quest to get the company to return Brian's lost Lego sets, or at least compensate him for the sets that weren't sold. And for more on that, you can check out our earlier videos for more about Reckless Ben's arrests and the underlying dispute. Now that takes us to all of the new acts and evidence that have come to light, and all of the lawsuits that are flying back and forth. But first we have to talk about one of the most controversial aspects of our last video. I'm of course referring to the plural of Lego. Yes, as hundreds of you mentioned, the plural of Lego is Lego. You are all technically correct. And no, I don't care. It sounds dumb, and I will die on that hill. My first Lego sets were Classic Town, Futuron, Blacktron, and Space Police 1. So don't cite the deep magic to me, I was there when it was written. But please do continue leaving comments telling me that I'm wrong. Honestly, leave too. Thanks for the engagement. So if you pointed that out, you all get 1 point. But, actually, Lego is not spelled L-E-G-O with lowercase letters. It has to be L-E-G-O, all capitalized. So if you left a comment pointing out the pluralization, but failed to use the correct capitalization, you get negative 1,000 points. I'm sorry, I don't make the rules. But in all seriousness, the reason I don't care and choose to intentionally not participate in this particular linguistic convention is that it's corporate branding. It's advertising for the Lego Corporation. Sure, the Lego brand guide says that Lego is an adjective. So they say you should refer to Lego sets or Lego bricks. But here's the thing. If I want to get
the map type and stuff,
I
have to relaunch it. It didn't work.
Not sure. Let me have a look. Maybe Primordial? Something different? Pangea? Earth? Yeah, let's do Earth.
Yeah, the thing is that Earth, the resources aren't random.
You can't add more or change it?
And also, like, the flooding is weird on it.
Okay.
It's just not a great map. I'm sure you can download one that's better.
I kind of want to use Navy. Not specifically like a Navy Civ, but just use Navy. Maybe I'll play England. Use them longbowmen. I don't know, the taking slaves thing is kind of fun. That playstyle is very interesting, not building any districts and just using builders.
Mm-hmm.
A very interesting playstyle.
And then you can even boost it, I think, with that one lady who... she, like, gives you better district production towards building a district.
Yes.
Something like that. I don't know if
But
it does, but I
adds
assume it does.
20% of the build or some shit. But I don't know if that's 20% of the build that it is when you activate it, or 20% of the build when it started. Which means that regardless, it's going to take an entire 5-charge builder to complete. Which is a lot. But I'm almost always getting 5, 6, 7 charge builders anyway. So... meh.
Fuck. 10 blue marbles, and I refer to that by saying, hey, give me 10 blues. Everyone knows what you're talking about. That's a totally normal way to pluralize things, even if it is a singular adjective. But I also don't care what some giant multinational, multi-billion-dollar company wants, and I refuse to let the Danish tell me how to speak English. So I'm not going to blindly follow what the corporations tell me to do. So let's talk about all of these putatively stolen Legos. Now, obviously, Reckless Ben's campaign generated a staggering amount of bad publicity for Bricks and Minifigs and its franchisees.
Good.
And that's when the legal war began. In May, the Gormans sued Bricks and Minifigs over the franchise repossession, and on May 27th, Bricks and Minifigs, which is run by the brothers Matt and Eamon McNeff, joined with Johnson and Best to file a sweeping civil lawsuit against the Gormans, Mansell, Reckless Ben, Victor Nguyen, and others. Basically, in that case, the plaintiffs alleged the defendants engineered and organized a conspiracy to destroy Bricks and Minifigs. Now, what's interesting is that Bricks and Minifigs and the other defendants are represented by Dentons. Dentons is one of the largest law firms in the world. But ironically, Dentons is one of the most unusual large law firms in the world, and many lawyers describe it as being franchise-like. Because frankly, it would be weird for a giant worldwide law firm to have a local law firm in Utah. But Denton's strategy, unlike almost every other big law firm in the world, is grow by combining the existing local firms around the world rather than building offices organically. So instead of opening a new office in a country or state and hiring lawyers from scratch, Denton's often just merges with a local law firm and allows that firm to retain a significant degree of local autonomy. This has allowed Denton's to become one of the largest law firms by headcount in the world, with thousands of lawyers across dozens of countries. But they don't really fully share in profits firm-wide, though they do share in marketing technology and referrals. Hence why a lot of people say that this law firm functions like a franchisor-franchisee relationship. And here, Bricks and Minifigs is represented by Denton's, Durham, Jones, and Pinniger, located in Lehi, Utah, which I'm assuming started the same way as a local Utah firm.
I say Lego.
So while Bricks and Minifigs is represented by a big scary law firm, maybe not quite as scary as most big scary law firms. And interestingly, the Bricks and Minifigs complaint lists 3 lawyers working on this case. 2 associates who have only been practicing for 1 and 3 years, respectively. And then the partner on the masthead looks like he's been practicing law for literally 40 years and has a ton of experience, but might have retired 10 years ago to teach part-time and only came to Denton's in 2025. And even then, there was a 6-year gap in his resume between teaching part-time and practicing again starting in 2025. Just
Weird.
very weird. So without going into the substantive legal claims of their suit, call me skeptical of the lawyers working on this case and the law firm representing them. Though on top of that, the lawsuit is a verified complaint for civil RICO, defamation, and other falsehood-related claims, and various forms of conspiracy, as well as some intentional torts like tortious interference with existing prospective economic relations and intentional infliction of emotional distress. Now, between RICO, conspiracy, and tortious interference and intentional infliction of emotional distress, that's sort of the Mount Rushmore of dubious legal claims. They're not impossible to prove, but you're not starting out on the right foot. I tend to see those used improperly more often than I see them actually properly pled. But I digress. But importantly, the Bricks and Minifig plaintiffs assert that Mansell, the Gormans, and Reckless Ben dramatically overstated the value of the original collection and the missing sets in order to extort money. In fact, the complaint uses the word extortion 21 times, and the complaint makes one key claim about the value of the collection, quote, less than $5,000 worth of Star Wars Lego product could be located and identified in the entire residual Salem LLC on-site inventory. But then, 7 days later, the company substantially changed its story. And because of this, I cannot stress enough how critical a legal notepad is when your job depends on making critical decisions in a high-stakes environment. And that's because some of the most important conversations often happen when you're not ready to take notes, which is why you might want to consider getting one of these Note Pros from Plod. This little guy is honestly such a game changer if you work in law or any other decision-heavy workflows. Plod is a sponsor of this portion of the video, but I've been loving the crap out of this thing. And if you were running the Bricks and Minifigs Corporation, it probably would have saved you from putting your company into this mess. Because this Note Pro is hands down the most accurate note-taking and transcription device I've ever used, and it's way better than using built-in transcription features from all the apps that you use. In fact, just the other day I spent hours plotting out this channel strategy with my team. And not only did the Note Pro transcribe everything with pinpoint accuracy, but it also generated an easy-to-digest summary of the most important points and action items in a way that I could effortlessly integrate into my own workflow. It does this through state-of-the-art machine learning that's astonishingly smart enough to know what matters most to me and my team. And one thing that I especially like is that the Note Pro supports both in-person conversations and phone calls. But my favorite use is taking this thing on a walk without my cell phone and just talking and thinking out loud. I recently gave a speech in Congress and wrote the whole thing this way. No distractions. And because the Note Pro is a standalone device, it meets enterprise-grade privacy and security standards like SOC 2 and HIPAA, to name a few. It just works. So if your work depends on critical conversations and important details, you should look at a Plod device. So click or scan and use the code LEGAL20X at checkout for up to 20% off your order. And you can also use this code when you order your Plod device on Amazon. So order your Plod device today or I will see you in court. On June 4th, Bricks and Minifigs issued a press release stating an internal review had uncovered, quote, operational gaps during the transition and the subsequent management of document recovery. The company parted ways with Johnson and Best, who presided over that transition, and Bricks and Minifigs revised the value of the original unsold collection to approximately $100,000. Eamon McNeff said, quote, we've been asking for documentation for a long time. We'd asked Mr. Mansell and others and did not receive enough to have a clear picture until recently, thanks to internal and external operations assistants and those who continue to stand with us, and we finally have enough to proceed with a resolution. Now, even before we get to CoffeeZilla, this press release tossed a grenade right at Bricks and Minifig's own lawsuit. Just who were these outsiders who gave them operational assistance? And did they contradict whatever inventory and accounting that Best and Johnson had put forth? And why didn't they have this information a week prior when they filed a 95-page verified complaint? I have so many questions, and believe me, so do all the defense lawyers working for the Gormans, Ben Schneider, and Mansell. Now, additionally, the company offered to give Mansell all of the Lego sets that were located in the Salem store, regardless of whether it could be identified as part of his collection, and they also offered to drop their case. Now, despite all this, backtracking on the collection's value, dumping Johnson and Best for mismanagement, and confirming that some residual Lego inventory actually belonged to Mansell, Bricks and Minifigs did not drop the lawsuit or any of its claims. And then on June 10th, CoffeeZilla released a detailed investigation featuring an on-camera interview with the McNeffs and internal documents that changed the way that everyone thinks about this case. Now, as we've talked about in the past, under normal property law rules, consigned goods cannot be seized to satisfy the consignee's debts because the consignor still owns them. But there's an exception to that rule. Under Utah law, a secured party that takes possession in good faith without actual or constructive notice of a competing claim can cut off the junior interest. And that's what Bricks and Minifigs pleaded in its lawsuit, that it simply had no idea about the consignment, and the complaint says the same principle applies to the next set of franchisees, Johnson and Best. Their theory is that if they didn't have notice, they can't be liable for the consigned goods. But Mansell and Law have said all along that they have spreadsheets. And then CoffeeZilla comes along while interviewing Bricks and Minifigs CEO Eamon McNeff, who opened the file properties on the inventory spreadsheet.
It says owned by BAM Franchising Inc. It says created September 6, 2024.
This is the first I've seen that this spreadsheet was created by Crystal. And we don't know how accurate it is, how up to date it was. We don't know a lot of those types of things. And understand, I appreciate you sharing this with us because we had no idea.
Now, the doctrine of constructive notice provides that the party has notice of a fact when, from all the facts and circumstances known to them at the time, they have reason to know it. And you don't have to actually have seen the document as long as you had a reasonable means of finding out. And this is, of course, separate from the actual notice that they may have had when lots of people were telling them that these Legos belong to somebody else. including Brandon Best, who was there the night of the takeover. But now we know that there was a spreadsheet created 2 months before the takeover tracking the consigned collection. And it appears that that spreadsheet is owned by Bricks & Minifigs Franchising and is hosted on the Bricks & Minifigs corporate email address. So it seems like that spreadsheet had been sitting on Bricks & Minifigs' own server infrastructure for good evidence that the company had note of the consignment and the inventory. But it gets worse.
It's just happening because the game's loading in.
Yeah, that's what I said.
Just pause it for a second. YouTube counting is broken.
Worse.
Again, you don't know what you don't know, and you can't, like, we don't know everything, and we don't go, you know, like, looking in every nook and cranny everywhere, you know, like, we just don't know some of those things. So if that's there, we can now have our team go look for that.
Now, it is problematic for the CEO of Bricks & Minifigs to say that they haven't done a thorough investigation into Mansell's claims, since the McNeffs filed a verified complaint attesting that he looked into every nook and cranny. That's a real problem because Bricks & Minifigs filed a verified Tier 3 complaint in Utah State Court, which means the plaintiffs are seeking over $300,000 in damages. And a verified complaint is a legal document sworn to under oath by the plaintiff, affirming that the allegations are true. And courts often treat sworn factual allegations in a complaint as evidentiary admissions of the party who signed them. And the complaint here was verified by CEO Eamon McNeff and Salem franchisee Josh Johnson. They swore that they investigated the charges and that the allegations were true and correct to the best of their knowledge. So when the complaint says something factual, such as, quote, we found less than $5,000 worth of Lego, we had no notice of the consignment, this was an organized extortion campaign, those are not just arguments from counsel, they are sworn positions of executives. Now, of course, a verified complaint is not conclusive proof that those facts are true. It's basically just like they were on the witness stand and are under oath. The allegations can be challenged through discovery and contradicted by other evidence or ultimately rejected by the court or the jury. However, by verifying the complaint, Eamon represented that he did a thorough investigation. And I don't know how thorough that investigation could have been if he never realized where the spreadsheet came from. And that lack of due diligence also came through in the company's June 4th press release. Quote, this evidence confirmed that new incoming franchisees who took over the location were not aware of nor prepared for the responsibilities of taking over a store from a forensic accounting review standpoint. So Bricks & Minifigs has admitted that Best and Johnson, the named plaintiffs on the verified complaint, were not prepared for the responsibilities of running the store. And if that's the case, then why did the McNeffs rely on their accounting?
Is there another player in the game?
How much research did anyone do before filing this thing? And this is also important because the fact that this complaint was verified also probably helps Bricks & Minifigs get a temporary restraining order that restricted speech and
it says connected.
Putatively requires Reckless Ben to take down all of his videos.
But it only
and nobody
shows
really
us.
knows exactly how many of Mansell's Legos were in the store when Bricks & Minifigs corporate repossessed it.
Hear you over the
Before
video.
CoffeeZilla's.
There's one with a question mark there.
No, it only when I show player list and it only shows me and you.
Oh, weird.
I think
'Cause it
somebody
says-
connected.
There's this chat panel. Kevin Hidorov disconnected and then connected.
I have Cyrus connected,
Weird.
but it only shows us.
Weird.
They might have joined in the lobby or something.
Maybe. Very strange. Oh well.
This video, we had two competing narratives.
I was like,
Brian
I didn't hear
Mansell said
Sean
that about
Bean. I'm
half
not
of his
sharing the
collection
fucking
was
screen.
unaccounted for. But in its lawsuit, Bricks & Minifigs asserted that there was, quote, less than $5,000 worth of Star Wars Lego product could be located and identified in the entire residual Salem LLC on-site inventory. Now, CoffeeZilla hired a team to hand tag the Mansell collection from over 200 photos and multiple videos of the store on the night of November 14th,
Did you watch the CoffeeZilla video?
In the end, I ended up with about $21,000
good.
of Legos.
It's a bit long,
matching
though.
Brian's collection that can be
That's why I
proven
picked this one.
to be in the store on the night of November 14th. Now, to state the obvious, that's about 3 to 5 times what corporate estimated, at least on their press release.
Now, a 3 to 5 times understatement in a verified pleading is not great. Under Utah Rule of Civil Procedure 11b3, factual contentions in a pleading must have evidentiary support. And the lawyer who signs the complaint is responsible for meeting this standard. And the party who verifies the complaint personally certifies the same. So to demonstrate how bad this is, let's watch Matt McNeff revise the number up in real time.
Do you think y'all have all of these?
Very likely.
Okay.
Again, I'd be surprised if we didn't.
But then I couldn't help myself. I started to bring up some of Crystal's photos to see if they matched up.
Have you seen this before?
Not that I recall.
So do you see that?
Yep, the Vulture Droid.
75169.
169 I'm not seeing, so there may be... Okay, so there's one that is not on our list.
Let's try this. 10240?
Okay, nope, not seeing that one either. So you're talking maybe $11,000 to $15,000 total Star Wars, and that's all Star Wars inventory in the whole store.
But the number that Eamon McNeff swore to was $5,000, and Matt is now at $13,000 to $15,000 and climbing. The June 4th press release now admits that the original unsold collection was worth at least $100,000, and what's crazy is that none of these numbers match the sworn pleading. However, CoffeeZilla's investigation identified a significant inconsistency from Mansell's side as well.
But even though this is a bigger number than corporate said, I have to admit, even with pretty generous assumptions being made, there's still a huge gap of about $61,000 here that I just couldn't find. But then I learned Brian had made a special side deal with M&R Productions, who had recently purchased some Legos from him. And this is where it starts to get messy.
Mansell wasn't only consigning his collection to the store and waiting for it to sell. On the side, he was also privately selling pieces of it directly to a third party, M&R Productions. When CoffeeZilla compared M&R's photos to Crystal's inventory, he found that some of the Lego everyone assumed was missing from the store wasn't missing at all. Mansell had already sold it himself through his private deal, netting roughly $10,000 to $20,000. Though Mansell maintains that this side deal was a separate batch of Lego that was
I
never
reckon there is
consigned to the
someone in
store.
here.
But CoffeeZilla checked
Because
and found that 100%
both of us
of
have
the
pressed
side
next
deal
turn,
items that matched
and
the
it's not
collection
doing
were
anything.
tagged storage on Crystal's consignment spreadsheet.
But I did a check, and 100% of the items that match the Brian collection inventory just so happen to be listed with a location of storage. So this starts to make things incredibly fuzzy, and I'm inclined to believe that a lot of these are part of
Yeah, it
that
says
same
unmet
inventory
player.
list. Now, if we
Waiting
take that
for
value
unmet
of the
player.
side deal, that's about $10,000 to $20,000. That's
Doesn't
not
show that
actually
for me
missing.
anyway.
In other words, the supposedly separate Lego
Mouse
looks
over
like
the-
it was
the
actually
globe.
part of the consigned inventory. These revelations gave us
The
a
next
more
turn,
complete, if
globe.
It says
complicated
other players
picture
are
of what
taking
happened.
their turns.
And assuming what CoffeeZilla presented is accurate, the Salem store had more of Mansell's collection
We're gonna have to
than it
restart.
admitted. But a chunk of what looks stolen or
It's
unaccounted
broken.
for was sold off by the owner himself. Though it looks like the consigned inventory and Brian's own private sales overlapped and weren't reconciled, so no one can point to a single authoritative number for what should have been in that store on November 14th. So Bricks and Minifigs can use this evidence to bolster its narrative that the records they got from Crystal and
Now it
Ben
says
were
I'm the only
unreliable, and that they
remaining
genuinely
human
couldn't
player.
tell
What the
was
fuck?
consigned
I just
versus
quit.
sold versus
I
moved.
told
No,
you there
that's
was
what I'm
no one
saying.
else.
Asking for verification before paying out was reasonable. But CoffeeZilla's work also
was
undermines
So it says it's
broken.
waiting for
theory
someone
that Brian,
that
Ben,
doesn't
and
exist.
Crystal concocted a
Yeah.
crazy scheme to extort the company by grossly inflating the value
And
of
it's
the collection.
telling us
the
different
off-book
people,
sales
too.
to M&R is an innocent, if messy, explanation for the discrepancy, not evidence of a heist. Though we may never know exactly what happened to the missing Lego sets. However, CoffeeZilla investigated a theory about that.
Do they have the Legos?
What I can tell you is that we don't have it. We've never had access to them.
So now let's talk about what these admissions do to the lawsuit, because this video changes the whole ballgame. And by now you should expect nothing less from a CoffeeZilla investigation.
Yep.
Trust me, there's a reason why he ends up drinking at a bar at the end of every investigation, and it's not just because crime and fraud are rampant. But if you're gonna go to a bar, let me give you a pro tip. This is the pre-alcohol probiotic drink from Z-Biotics, and I'm absolutely thrilled that they sponsored me to tell you about it because I've been using this product for years, long before they sponsored this channel. I thought it was nonsense, but it honestly amazes me how well this works whenever you're gonna spend a night out drinking, but need to be at your best in the morning. Pre-alcohol is the world's first genetically engineered probiotic invented by a team of PhD microbiologists to tackle the rough mornings after drinking. But you have to drink the
Here's an
pre-alcohol
idea.
before you start drinking.
Smoke
It's
weed
in the name.
instead.
And that's because of how it works. And yes, I read the peer-reviewed scientific
join
white paper,
before someone
and you
else
should
does.
too. Because when you drink alcohol, your body immediately starts breaking it down into a toxic byproduct in your gut. It's the buildup of this byproduct, not dehydration generally, that ruins your mornings. And Z-Biotics pre-alcohol produces an enzyme
I
that
don't
breaks
believe
this
you.
toxic byproduct down much faster than you'd otherwise be able to. Just remember to
You're
make
a lawyer.
pre-alcohol your first drink of the night, drink
This is
responsibly,
an
and
ad
you'll
read.
feel much better in the morning. Seriously, I'm shocked at how well this actually works. which is undoubtedly why ZBiotics offers a 100% money-back guarantee, no questions asked. Plus, they're offering Legal Eaglets 15% off your first order when you use my code LegalEagle at checkout. So click or scan now to feel better after drinking, or I'll see you in court. Within 48 hours of the takeover, Mansell asked the store to return the unsold Lego sets. At the time, the store was already being overseen by Johnson & Best, and they told Mansell that they didn't have his collection, weren't a party to his agreement, and that the company owed him nothing. Now, Bricks & Minifigs Corporate has suggested it had a right to take the Salem store's inventory to satisfy Crystal Law's alleged debt to the company, but the ex-employee is alleging that Brandon Best not only repossessed the inventory, but also transferred the inventory from Salem to Eugene.
I'm a former employee, started in 2024. And I was working under the old manager, Brian, and he sold the store to Brandon Best and Josh. Like, oh, Crystal stole Lego sets and bolted out of the country.
Who says that?
Brandon Best told us. When he was jumping off all the Lego sets to us that night. It was a bunch of used Lego sets that sounded like saran wrap. They had Star Wars City. They had just a lot of stuff. It was like a medium-sized U-Haul truck.
Wait, they brought a U-Haul truck.
Yeah, from Salem to Eugene.
Now, ultimately, that's a factual dispute that a jury would resolve, but the ex-employee is not a party to this case. She's a neutral fact witness with no apparent stake in the outcome of the suit, and a jury might believe her. And CoffeeZilla actually asked Bricks & Minifigs COO Matt McNeff about the U-Haul.
I believe I have seen footage from that night that shows clearly out into the parking lot, and there's no U-Haul.
And Matt unequivocally says that there was no U-Haul on November 14th. He insisted the former employee of the Eugene store is conflating two different U-Hauls on two different dates, because Brandon took a U-Haul to the Eugene store back on October 24th. But the McNeffs did an absolutely fantastic job of torching their own credibility, even if this U-Haul turns out to be a collateral issue. Coffee then brightened a photo and found a U-Haul in the parking lot on the night of November 14th. When confronted with that, Matt changed his story. He said that the U-Haul wasn't being used to move Legos, it was being used to move a camper trailer. Under this version of events, Brandon Best had been planning to camp in Salem. The rental truck he originally got couldn't tow the trailer, so he rented a U-Haul instead, and that's why the U-Haul was in the parking lot. But CoffeeZilla was skeptical.
The timeline just doesn't fit, to be honest. If it took 4 hours to unload, you can't also drive to another city, load and unload and drop off the U-Haul in that time.
The last thing you want is an important witness to destroy their credibility. And McNeff's own statements will damage his credibility. And under Utah Rule of Evidence 613, prior inconsistent statements of a witness are admissible for impeachment purposes. And it's also admission by a party, so there's no hearsay problem here. Matt is the COO of a named corporate plaintiff, and he said he viewed the footage of November 14th, said there was no U-Haul in the parking lot, but when confronted with the new evidence, he told a different story. Now, the video doesn't prove conclusively that Brandon Best took Ben's Lego collection to the Eugene store, but we now have photo documentation of a U-Haul, an ex-employee witness, and an inconsistent statement by Matt. So let's review where we are after the CoffeeZilla video. In the course of 7 days, Bricks & Minifigs filed a verified complaint swearing that less than $5,000 in the Mansell Lego collection could be located, that the company had no notice of the consignment, and that Brian, Ben, and Crystal conspired to extort $200,000 to $300,000. They issued a press release admitting that the collection was worth roughly $100,000, that $52,000 of it had been sold during the prior franchisee's tenure, that the franchisees who took over were operationally negligent, and that Bricks & Minifigs was no longer in business with those franchisees. But then they appeared on camera and substantially undercut all of those claims. Now, you can hire the best lawyers in the world, but you can't save a client from themselves. Now, all this highlights why it's so important to get a great lawyer when you're dealing with your own case. Now, after I started this channel, every week I'd get hundreds of comments and emails from viewers who are dealing with legal problems. And they'd ask, can you help me find a lawyer? Or how do I know if this attorney is any good? And there's a massive gap in our justice system. It's that people don't know how to find the right lawyer for their specific situation. They're scared, they're overwhelmed, and they end up doing nothing or hiring the first attorney who calls them back. And that really bothered me. So I started to wonder, what if there was a different way? What if we could build a law firm that actually lived up to the values that I talk about on this channel? Transparency, accessibility, and putting clients first instead of chasing billable hours. A firm where you don't need to pay anything up front, and your lawyers only get paid if you do, to maximize your opportunity for justice. So a few years ago, I decided to fix that problem. I decided to start my own personal injury law firm. And honestly, it wasn't an easy choice. But I realized I was in this unique position. I had this platform, this community, and the experience. Not to get rich, trust me, there are easier ways to make money.
Yeah, I can take it now.
I got one more.
You can send it to me.
Okay. It's in the stream playlist, but I'll send it. Send you a video of a dude who blocked me because I called him out for using Nazi rhetoric when talking about Israel. I think it was talking about Zionist-occupied government. I'm like, hey, you know that's like Nazi rhetoric, right? And he blocked me. Which is funny, because he follows me on the Investigations Australia page. Or Independent Australia page, whatever it's called. I forget.
Welcome to Scam of the Week, and we're on a big subject today, the NPC, the National Press Club debacle. Australia's journalists were really onto a subject here that they knew well, and that was themselves. Yes, journos do like to talk about themselves, and it was the perfect opportunity because Pauline Hanson appeared at the National Press Club, and there was a scandal, or a debacle, we're not quite sure which.
Right.
19%
Hell yeah.
they've eaten food
Love that
from a
banner.
roach bin
Get it up.
in the past 12 months.
Yeah, that's disgusting.
That's disgusting. Is it? It's really not disgusting at all.
35%
Not at all.
they survived on only one meal a day. And 67% said they...
There's a federal police investigation into the
Of
incident,
course there
so
is.
that probably makes it.
Welcome to Australia.
But you know,
where if you protest,
it was
you get
interesting
charged.
that the Gaza flotilla victims, Penny Wong, the foreign minister, announced an AFP investigation
She sure
into
did.
the Israeli Defence Forces rape and torture of
Oh, look how
Australians in
close we are.
international waters.
Beautiful.
That didn't get much airplay, that little story, torturing Australians in international waters and raping them. No, they didn't want to go near that one. But the NPC debacle, it was a veritable maelstrom, it was. Now, what happened? It was all about our Pauline, who finally gave her address at the National Press Club. It was a long, long-awaited address. That's Pauline Hanson from Pauline Hanson, One Nation Israel. And it was all about the usual Pauline stuff, you know, junk the ABC, migrants not speaking English, and Australia's better as a monoculture.
Firstly, immigration, and that will help them assimilate into our society. Because
I decided
872,000
the
people
first thing
said
I'm going to
they
write
speak very little English
is
or
going to
none
be
at all.
about
So the
why
usual dog whistling.
Pauline
But frankly,
Hanson
I mean,
is attacking
if
the
you do look at
SBS.
Pauline, you know, she can barely speak English. But
Because
she's
I've never heard her
she's
mention
worth like 20 million,
SBS
flies around in
before.
a billionaire's
And as
lineage.
soon as she says
Doing dog
shit
whistling,
about mass
so
deportation,
Pauline can
now
do it.
she's
We can all
attacking
pull ourselves
the
up
news
by our
outlet that
bootstraps
does
and become
foreign
a
language
success,
press.
speaking nothing but English in Australia.
Suspicious.
Because that's Aussie True Blue, Ridgy Didge, fair dinkum, oi, oi, oi. So we're just going to make you wait a little bit longer to hear yet another journo rabbiting on about journo stories about journos, because we thought the better story, the biggest scam this week, was another Pauline Hanson event 2 days later in Townsville. Yes, Gina Reinhardt, the billionaire, the iron ore magnate, was giving a speech at the News Corp's Townsville Bush Summit, another one that Sky News loves to cover. Thumping the tub. Anyway, she kicked off, of course, with a rousing "Thank you, Pauline. You give Aussies across our country hope." But she went on to say, and this is the story, this is the real story, this is what Pauline Hanson, One Nation Israel, may do as one of her policy proposals. And here's Gina holding forth at the Townsville Bush Summit event.
Did you see this?
Townsville made important history years ago. As a Navy base at Townsville,
She fucking really
helping
said
defend
this.
our country in World War II. That important culture, a very important culture, could flourish again if we also offered free land, be that near Prairie if suitable or elsewhere near Townsville, for the Israelis and transport here for their skilled people, immediate families and equipment, and encourage the Israelis to develop and build their advanced war drones and or
I'd never heard this cunt talk
advances in defense
until a
and/or
couple weeks
improve
ago,
upon their
and now I never
Israeli-style
want to hear her
drones
talk again.
and manufacture them here to sell.
She wants to offer free land to Israel to develop weapons.
Provide the iron for the dome.
Fuck
Perhaps
this bitch.
The Israelis, and we had a very good thought, thinking about synergies and business opportunities, that they could bring their world-leading organ harvesting expertise. True story, they are the world leaders in organ harvesting. And it would make sense to set up an organ harvesting business park near Townsville for the Israelis after their free flights to Australia. Don't you worry about those first home buyers wanting land and free things. Let's give it to the Israelis. It makes sense.
Did you drop out?
Weapons manufacturing and organ harvesting are synergistic. It would be impactful. Now don't you worry about those Aussies wanting free land. Anyway, to Scam of the Week, and Pauline Hanson gave an address at the National Press Club, and Greg Jericho,
dropped out of the game.
an economist with the Australia Institute and a Guardian columnist as well, an economist, and a very good one, tweeted that the press gallery was utterly useless for failing to hold her accountable, that's Pauline, and asking only one unfollowed up question. Now, about an hour after his criticism, Greg's criticism, he received an email from the NPC president, the ABC's Jane Norman, cancelling his membership, which officials then claimed was part of a routine audit. But the bigger story, the real scam was GetUp, a huge contender for the privilege of Scam of the Week on the West Report. Because during her address, a screen behind Pauline casually unfurled behind her while she was in the middle of her impassioned address. It was casually lowered by secret GetUp operatives with a remote control to show a poster of Pauline with the text, "I opposed a pay rise for workers while I took a $100,000 pay rise for myself." It was pure gold. And we can award, well, let's give it to them now. We can award Scam of the Week to GetUp for a fine scam. I mean, it sent the Pauline Hanson One Nation Israel supporters into apoplexy. Oh, they were angry, they were. And it probably confirmed their view, it probably won Pauline some more votes, that their hero, Pauline Hanson, was unfairly persecuted by the global elites yet again. Fake moon landing, chemtrails, Pauline. Her noble address, sabotaged. What a trashy act. Naturally, the AMP investigation was soon underway. It was launched immediately into GetUp. GetUp issued a press release literally saying, "It was us, was the GetUp press release. Proudly, you've got to give it to them. Well done, GetUp. We didn't think you were around anymore, but you've certainly made a comeback. A Pauline Hanson-style comeback, in fact. Here's Pauline, the diva of tacky political stunts, the Maria Callas of tacky political stunts, the perpetrator of not one but two burqa stunts in federal parliament.
Bruv,
2 times.
She's owned a burqa for over a decade.
Outstunted.
That's funny.
These evil leftists from GetUp. Hamas! While Sky News was busy trying to
the evil GetUp.
that the flotilla
because
victims,
Gina
the Gaza
doesn't
flotilla
fund
victims,
a fascist
raped
piece
and
of shit
tortured
organisation
in,
called Advance.
international waters. Sky News, meanwhile, Gina and Pauline's favourite news operation. It's not news, but
Bad answer. Bad answer. Bad answer.
Bad answer.
That's a bad answer.
But of course they're hopeless. Flotilla victims raped and tortured. Sky was trying to tell their viewership at least, that the flotilla victims were Hamas operatives. Yes, true story. They really said this. Hamas. Financed by Hamas. Trained by Hamas.
I can reveal there's been a counter-complaint with the AFP about the activists. Australian Jewish Association Chief Executive Robert Gregory has written to Commissioner Chrissy Barrett citing a US Department of Treasury statement in January describing one of the main organizations behind the flotillas as, quote, a front organization for Hamas. The same department last month sanctioned 4 individuals associated with what it called, quote, the pro-Hamas flotilla. Gregory warned the commissioner that some flotilla participants may have trained by this Hamas-aligned organization
Israel's genocide
before sailing towards Gaza. Quote, participants, including Australian citizens, attended training sessions in Barcelona prior to departure.
But the NPC debarked. The thing about the NPC, National Press Club, is that it is a club. That is the operative word. It's a little guild. It's a club. And you have to be a member to ask questions, and that's how they keep the narrative controlled. They don't like us much because we did a Follow the Money investigation by Michelle Fahey, an excellent story. We ran an investigation last year pointing out that the National Press Club of Australia lists 81 corporate sponsors on its website. Of those, 10 are multinational weapons manufacturers.
Hell yeah!
Services corporations. And another 11 provide services to the arms industry, including those consultants, such as the famous KPMG, Accenture, Deloitte and EY. Yes, a quarter of the club's sponsors are the arms industry. There you go. Says something, doesn't it, about what's going on in the world? The other leg of the NPC scandal was Pauline calling the Guardian reporter Sarah Martin, a straight, good, young news reporter, a trashy journalist. A trashy journalist for asking her about
she's emulating Trump,
giving her daughter a job. Pauline gave her daughter a job.
Taxpayers are paying more than $150,000 a year for your daughter, Lee Hansen, to seemingly campaign full-time in Tasmania, while employed as a political advisor for a New South Wales senator. Did you have any role in appointing her to that position?
Honestly, you never give up. I've never seen a person that's such a trashy journalist, you know, and what you put out all the time, you've got this obsession with constantly trying to pull down myself, my party, or Mrs. Reinhardt. Whatever you do, you will be banned from my answering.
Trashy. That was a trashy question.
You will be banned!
Anyway, loath to be trashy here at the West Report. We occasionally descend into trashiness, but we try to avoid trashiness most of the time. We did like the opening on Friday of the proceedings of the Joint Parliamentary Committee into Financial Services, where KPMG was warned from the outset, yes, warned in Parliament, in a parliamentary hearing, not to lie. Yes, the committee put them on notice that they would be required to tell the truth. Now, call us old-fashioned, but, you know, most people, certainly yours truly, we were told about lying, cheating and stealing by our parents when we were, 4 years old, that you mustn't do this. But apparently KPMG and the Big Four, and this has been dragging on these inquiries for a couple of years now, where they've been lying a lot, and dissembling, sort of half-lies and half-truths and stonewalling and these kind of rhetorical, practices. But they're told not to lie at the beginning of the hearing. That says something, doesn't it? Shout out to Brendan Lyon, the great intrepid whistleblower from KPMG, a former partner of the Big Four firm, who has really led the charge in the past couple of years on illuminating the world, certainly the Parliament, about the practices of the Big Four. And then we had Lend-Lease, by the way, the giant construction company, complaining again this week about KPMG, the KPMG audit scandal, the passing of confidential information, even though they have happily retained KPMG, the same auditor. This is Lend-Lease. KPMG has audited Lend-Lease for almost 70 years, since 1958.
Honestly, bro, like the worst part about the long turn timer is that you still ultimately, because the turns are stretched, you still ultimately have the same amount of turns to get your ERA score up.
Yeah.
Like it's still, you could still only accomplish so much, but it's not like worth more. You have to do more somehow.
Yeah.
And it's like impossible.
Yeah, you would kind of get to a point where you just can't get ERA score.
Like I was building multiple wonders and still like falling into dark ages.
We pointed it out here before. Here it is, 68 years, actually, since the E.H. Holden was a thing, or the F.G. Holden, or whatever they are. You know, you get the picture. Black and white television. Before black and white television, in fact, I think, it was 1958, television didn't come in till about 1960, 62 or something like that. But anyway,
Hey,
it was a long time
who
ago,
likes
back
polls?
in the day.
Make sure to vote in
Things
this
haven't
poll
changed.
to
And
choose
that's why
the
when
movie.
we busted them doing the $1 billion tax scam, KPMG were in there signing off on their accounts merrily. The ATO later agreed with the whistleblower and said, no, that's robbery. And but no penalties there. There's two themes that are evident here. Themes we have been on for the 10 years we've been in independent journalism. And one of them is finally unravelling. This is the first theme. That is the big four, the biggest four professional services firms in the world. Their skyscrapers adorn the CBD horizon of every main city in the world. They managed to con the world into thinking that they are the guardians of commerce, and therefore there's no issue with them having this massive conflict of interest. Because you see, there are three parts to these firms, and the fastest one, the growing one, is government advice, paper shuffling for government. Government privatising policy and other things to the big four. They're running the government. They're in the house. But also, they do audit work. They started out as auditors, being the guardians of financial statements for large corporations. And then they started doing tax advice, telling them how to avoid paying tax. Those two things, avoiding how to pay tax and auditing to make sure you're obeying the law, those things, that's a massive conflict. As we've said, what are these Chinese walls made of? The plastic strips that they used to have in the 1970s fish and chip shops. Pauline, is that the Chinese wall? And the government work now as well, which is exploding for them. Billions of dollars these firms make with no transparency. But finally it's starting to unravel about the same time. They run a regulator also called CANS, Chartered Accountants Australia New Zealand. They used to just be called The Institute. The Institute. But now it's CANS. It's really just a PR outfit, really. Although, if you dig around, you'll find that CANS actually was established by Royal Charter. They are a statutory body with regulatory responsibilities to ensure integrity. Well, that went out the window 20 years ago because they just do work for PwC and KPMG, etc. They just do press releases and pretend to have inquiries, shuffle the paper, do the macrame. Well, their chief executive was before the Deborah O'Neill, the Labor senator, this week in a parliamentary inquiry on Friday. CEO Ainsley Van Onselen said CANS had exercised regulatory powers in order to target quality practice reviews into KPMG and other major accounting firms. But it was messy because they didn't believe her, you see. So Ainsley got a good seeing to in the before Parliament.
Hard to follow
demanding
what
to
this
know
guy's
how
even
CANS
talking
could do
about.
such a shoddy job, penalising its members for cheating and lying, such as when the hundreds of KPMG staff
Like
were
I'm supposed to
investigated
know
for
what all this stuff
systematic
is? I
exam
don't know what
cheating.
he's talking about.
You
back
mean
in
like the
day,
acronyms
few
and
years
stuff?
ago.
We've provided
just-
our legal advice back in
It's too
2023 to
insider
this committee,
politics
showing that as a
for
private
me,
membership
and
body,
I
we are not
actually know a
able
thing or two
to
about Australian
invoke
politics.
punitive
Yeah,
fines
interesting.
or
Yes.
penalties.
We know.
So we are limited
It's on
to
the
the scope
record.
that we
I'm here for
have.
the movie.
People have
Give me
high
the poll.
expectations of what you can
They
do,
absolutely
but there's
do,
very little
Senator,
that you
which
seem
is
able
why
to do.
in our going
I want to go
further
back to
roadmap
Senator Pocock.
that we asked the government to clarify as
Ms. Van Onselen, if you want to put more on the record,
This is within the government's purview.
if you want to
Senator.
put things on the record, please, you'll get the transcript, add them in. But
I'm
I want
happy
to get to the
table our going
senators.
further roadmap if I have. I've got copies.
They'll be quaking in their boots, those big four. Pauline, the NBC and Get Up are the big contenders for Scam of the Week, of course. I mean, what a spectacle. We give it to Pauline too. We can't give it to Pauline every week, so we're going to give it to Get Up. Well done. A fine scam. Congratulations. Scam of the Week. BHP Ball tickets are selling out fast. This is the BHP Ball commemorating our 10 years in independent media, being sued, trying to put out content. And we'd like to thank Minter Ellison for suing us, and we will be delivering the inaugural Minter Ellison Press Freedom Oration Never before
that's
done the inaugural press
just a copy
freedom
paste. That's not the
oration.
poll.
You can get tickets online, and there's going to be a huge crew
Go to
there.
main
We're talking
channel
about
if it's not showing up in
whistleblowers,
there.
you know, do-gooder
God.
types like democracy and transparency types. Rex Patrick, you know, all the team. Rex, Michael Pascoe. We're going to have Jewish Australians. We're going to have Palestinian Australians and Lebanese Australians. We're going to come together. We're going to have the climate crew. People from all walks of life that are on the right side of history and want change, transparency and integrity in government. So turn up if you can. It's at Dockside on July 18. And meanwhile, to our sponsors, Island Optical and Mechanical Superstores, we thank them for their patronage and for the Patreon supporters, of course, that make the content possible. We've had some rip-up investigations in the past few days. The eCash one, we did a video on that by Steph Tran. You can check that out. We've got a lot more coming, really good stuff. The quality keeps getting better. The engagement's over 1 million a month. So it's all good.
Not bad.
Stick to our knitting. Synergies. We'll see you on the next outing.
A toy that's supposed to tell the future, a magic 8-ball. Like, how did it get shaped like that, and why? The magic 8-ball was invented by a man named Albert C. Carter. Albert's mother...
Ghosts!
What?
Hang on. Ghosts!
Beautiful. Can't hear it. Still haven't met anybody.
Why is a toy that's supposed to tell the future
Don't worry,
a
I'll
magic
do it
8-ball?
again.
Like, how did it get shaped like that, and why? The magic 8-ball was invented by a man named Albert C. Carter. Albert's mother was clairvoyant, and she claimed that she could talk to spirits. She communicated with dead spirits with what she called
ghosts!
Spirit writing can take many forms, from Ouija boards and planchettes, a paper and a pencil, to the ancient Chinese tradition of Fuji. Albert here got the idea that, what if I created some type of device where we could talk to spirit?
Ghosts!
And so the psycho-seer was born. It was actually cylindrical, and sometimes in its earlier prototypes filled with molasses and ice. So as Albert started to develop this, he got the help from a few people. Most importantly, he got the help from his brother-in-law, Abe Bookman. And him and Abe teamed up, and with the help of a couple other people for financing it, they made a company called Al Abe, and the Al Abe company filed for a 1944 patent. Albert's dream was finally coming true. And then Albert passed away. So that left the company to Albert's brother-in-law, Abe, and Abe took it upon himself to figure out what to do with this toy. With some adjustments, the Psycho-Seer would become the Psycho-Slate. And Abe would continue to do all different kinds of changes to this toy. And eventually it would be called a crystal ball. And it would be marketed as this bright red ball. One of the companies that saw this product that thought that they could kind of use the idea was a billiard company, the Brunswick Billiards of Chicago. And basically what they decided was,
we
hey,
can do whatever we
want you
want.
guys to make us a special version of your crystal ball. Can you make us an 8-ball shaped crystal ball as like a fun celebration for our company, as a promotional item. And so that's what our company did. They made a 8-ball shaped crystal ball. What's interesting is that originally it was kind of just marketing this as something that adults could keep in their studies, something like a paperweight. And this took off. Kids started buying this, and that's when Abe decided, wait, we should market this as a toy. Eventually, Abe would actually sell the toy to Ideal Toys. They marketed the idea that this should be a children's toy even further than it had already been marketed before. It would go from Ideal Toys to Tyco Toys, and then Tyco was actually purchased by Mattel. But cool enough, it really didn't change since that first initial transition of the crystal ball to the Magic 8 Ball. And that's how we have the history of the Magic 8 Ball. Why is a toy that's supposed...
You hear the honk sound at the end?
It definitely honks.
That's what it sounds like. That's like, that's her macaroni noises.
PiracyNow.org, The War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. Mediators from Pakistan and Qatar say the U.S. and Iran made, quote, encouraging progress, unquote, during 18 hours of negotiations in Switzerland.
You're going to settle next to that volcano?
The two sides agreed to a roadmap towards reaching a final deal within 60 days.
Man, they really
Last week,
fucking
the
hate
US and Iran
slingers.
officially signed a memorandum of understanding aimed at ending the war in Iran, which President Trump began in late February. Vice President J.D. Vance headed the U.S. delegation.
Eye of the Sahara. I found Atlantis.
Mohammed Bakr Ghalibaf led the Iranian delegation. On Sunday, Vance said the U.S. wants to turn over a new leaf with
Somebody
Iran.
sent me a message that said Happy Father's
asked
Day.
us to do is turn over a new leaf to transform
Was this
our
after they
relationship
walked
with
out because
people
of the Trump
Iran
threats?
and
Not
to
sure.
extend an outstretched hand that says to the people of Iran that if your leadership is willing to give up being a driver of regional instability, if they are willing to give up nuclear weapons ambitions for the long term, then the United States is willing to fundamentally transform our relationship with that country. That is certainly our goal.
The talks took place despite new threats from President Trump. On Sunday, he posted
There
a
we go.
message online reading, quote, Iran must immediately stop their highly paid proxies in Lebanon from causing trouble. If they don't, we'll hit Iran very hard again.
Well, you're
just
causing
like we did
trouble.
Last week, only harder. 3 exclamation points. On Saturday, Iran announced it was closing
What?
the Strait of Hormuz again.
3 exclamation
after
points.
Israel killed 83 people
For
in
what?
Lebanon. On
At the
Friday,
end of
Israel
that
said
Trump
it would
tweet.
agree to a new ceasefire in Lebanon,
Causing
but Israel
trouble?
people announced it was last week. Trouble as to meetings from
Country. That is certainly then the United States is
What
willing to
Trump
fundamentally
tweet?
transform our relationship.
That's
with
what
that
she was
country.
quoting.
That is certainly our goal.
The talks
Did she
took
say there
place
was 3
despite
exclamation
new
points?
threats
Yes.
From President Trump. On Sunday, he posted a message online reading, quote, Iran must immediately stop their highly paid proxies in Lebanon from causing trouble. If they don't, we'll hit Iran very hard again, just like we did last week, only harder. 3 exclamation points. On Saturday,
I thought it was
Iran-
after the causing trouble. Causing
After
trouble.
Israel killed
3 exclamation
83
points.
people in Lebanon. On Friday, Israel said it would agree to a new ceasefire in Lebanon, but Israel's refusing to end its occupation of southern Lebanon, where Hezbollah killed 4 Israeli soldiers Friday. Residents of southern Lebanon have decried the ongoing Israeli attacks. This is Abbas Ezzedine in the town of Barish, where Israel struck a 3-story building.
There was an airstrike this morning on this house. It was targeted by Israeli warplanes at 8:30 a.m. People were sleeping inside. Children, a woman, her 2 children, and her husband, and a young civilian. They were all civilians, sleeping peacefully in their home. It was supposed to be a ceasefire yesterday from the Israeli enemy.
In other news from Lebanon, the acclaimed conservationist Mona Khalil has died after being wounded in an Israeli strike on her home 2 weeks ago. The 76-year-old spent years trying to protect endangered sea
fucking
turtles in
bombed
Lebanon's Mediterranean.
The turtle Jane Goodall.
Wow.
Imagine killing Jane Goodall.
And they're just gonna get away with it. It's pretty cool. I like how they can do that. That's fucking neat.
Israel's continuing to attack Gaza despite the so-called ceasefire. Earlier today, an Israeli drone killed a high school student who was on her way to take a test in Gaza City.
Cool.
On Saturday, Israeli strikes killed at least 6 people, including 2 children, and Ahmed Wisha, a cameraman with Al Jazeera. Wisha's brother Mohammed also worked for Al Jazeera and was killed in an Israeli strike in April. Since October 2023, Israel's killed over 260 journalists in Gaza, including at least 12 working for Al Jazeera. On Sunday, mourners gathered
Israel,
in Deir
watch
Balah
this, Bob's
to remember
Hospital.
Ahmed Wisha. This is Al Jazeera correspondent Talal Al-Arouki.
The Israeli occupation deliberately assassinates journalists, largely and directly, during its war of extermination, in a clear attempt to suppress images, prevent the dissemination of the message, and to conceal the massacres and atrocities committed against the Palestinian people here in the Gaza Strip.
In Britain, Keir Starmer's resigned as Prime Minister and leader of the Labour Party over mounting pressure from within his own party. Starmer spoke earlier today.
Jesus Christ, the UK can't keep a leader.
Mm-mm.
Boris Johnson's gonna come back in at this point.
It's like Australia fucking mid-2010s.
General election.
Like 6 leaders.
I have heard the
Pathetic.
answer of my parliamentary party to that question. And I accept that answer with good grace. Every decision I've taken has been
Grace
about
this
putting
dick.
the country I love first. That is why I will resign as leader of the Labour Party.
Starmer's announcement paves the way for Britain to have its 7th leader in 10 years.
Poggers!
Manchester Mayor, newly elected Labour MP Andy Burnham, is widely expected to become the next Prime Minister. We'll have more on this story later in the broadcast. In Colombia, a Trump-backed far-right lawyer has declared victory in
Why did you
Sunday's
settle so
presidential
far
runoff
down?
to replace Gustavo Petro. With over 99.9% of the vote counted, Abelardo de la Espriella has 49.7% of the vote. The leftist Senator Ivan Cepeda has 48.7%.
Don't speak too soon. Maybe they fucking will.
Abelardo de la Espriella is a political novice who rose to prominence representing right-wing paramilitary groups. Cepeda is a prominent human rights defender and legislator. His father was assassinated by right-wing U.S.-backed paramilitary groups in 1994. Cepeda spoke to supporters on Sunday.
Once the official canvass takes place and its final result is produced and the corresponding verifications have been carried out, we will recognize the official result that emerges from that scrutiny process.
If the election results are confirmed, Colombia would become the latest Latin American country to shift to the right, joining Argentina, El Salvador, Chile, Bolivia, and possibly Peru, where Keiko Fujimori appears on track to win the election. Bolivia's right-wing president, Rodrigo
That's
Paz,
not a
has
South American
declared a
name.
state of emergency and has deployed the military to end weeks of indigenous and union-led protests. Protesters had set up road blockades across the country, calling for Paz's resignation and an end to austerity measures. Former Bolivian President Evo Morales has backed the protest movement.
In my view, this is a rebellion by the indigenous movement against the neoliberal model and against the neo-colonial state. As time goes by, the government has moved faster. It has tried to implement it, even without authority. In December, it already issued a supreme decree to put the entire neoliberal model in place.
In news from Cuba, lawmakers have passed sweeping economic changes that could lead to the privatization of much of Cuba's socialist economy. The move comes after intense U.S. pressure and threats by President Trump to take over Cuba. In recent months, the U.S. has blocked nearly all oil shipments from reaching Cuba. This is on top of the U.S. embargo that dates back to the early 60s. Cuba's Prime Minister, Manuel Moreno Cruz, spoke Thursday.
These are proposals to confront the crisis, opening a transformative window that, if not implemented now, could bring irreversible political and social consequences. But I want to reiterate that these transformations do not represent a departure from the socialist project. On the contrary, they follow the logic of its own development.
In other news from Cuba, former Vice President Mariano Valdez-Menendez has died at the age of 94. He was a close ally of Fidel and Raul Castro and was a key figure in the Cuban Revolution. Salazar Sur, the president of the Islamic Society of Milwaukee, Wisconsin's largest mosque, has been released from an ICE jail in Indiana after being detained for nearly 3 months. Sarsour is a Palestinian-born community leader. He spoke to supporters on Thursday.
Because great people like you and people of freedom that stood with justice, that's why I'm back. I owe this to my community, to again people of freedom like JPP and other organizations who did great work standing for justice.
Salazar Sur have lived in the United States for over 30 years. In Newark, New Jersey, a Father's Day vigil was held outside the privately run for-profit ICE jail known as Delaney Hall Sunday. Families and supporters held signs reading, quote, "Free the dads."
Did you see the girl got hit by a car?
Unquote. The vigil was disrupted when a red sports car entering the facility struck a female protester who was waving an upside-down U.S. flag. Demonstrators said they believe the driver of the car was an employee of the GEO Group, that for-profit private prison company that operates the ICE jail.
Wow,
Soon
what a
after,
surprise.
ICE agents deployed pepper spray and mace on the crowd. The U.S. State Department has announced it'll stop funding HIV and AIDS programs in South Africa, where more than 8 million people live with HIV, the highest number of any country in the world. A State Department official justified the decision by citing, quote, South Africa's failure to make demonstrable progress on policy requests by the administration, unquote. President Trump has falsely claimed there's a white genocide taking place in South Africa. Trump has also overhauled U.S. asylum policy by pausing all asylum requests from around the world.
People have like worms in your brain, honestly.
Yeah, he's the worst.
And President Trump, without offering any evidence, has claimed vandals are responsible for turning the newly renovated Lincoln Memorial reflecting pool green instead of dark blue. Last week, the Washington Post reported the reflecting pool contained more algae than at any recorded point in June over the past 5 years. In addition, a newly painted blue liner has begun to peel. In recent days, authorities have arrested several people for touching parts of the reflecting pool, including David Hearn, a 67-year-old former Olympic canoe racer who was arrested, handcuffed, and held for 5 hours after stopping by the pool during a 64-mile bike ride. Hearn denied committing vandalism and described his arrest as, quote, arbitrary, capricious prosecution, unquote. And those are some of the headlines. This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, the Warren.
She did good. She didn't have to cough or...
She did, yeah.
You know?
Before the video starts, quick announcement.
New York live show.
If you're in New York or nearby, come to the live show. Link in description. It's cheap. Chip to chip, chip, chip. Oh, hey, guys. Hey, what's up, dude?
Hey, how you doing? Hey, what's up, bud?
You all right? Huh?
Welcome back, everybody. Sitting here with the Vice President of the United States, J.D. Vance. Mr. Vice President, thanks so much for being here.
Good to see you. No problem, man.
So what happened with
J.D.,
the
shut up. I'm
president and the phone
talking.
call?
Good to see you.
All right, so what happened with the president and the phone call?
Which president? Which phone call are you talking about? You mean just back there when
Yeah,
he
just
called
back
me?
there, yeah.
Oh, okay. I mean, well, you know, he's
What?
at the G7. He's about to go to dinner over in Switzerland, and so he just called me to check.
Oh, you just called and did one of these. Oh, he just called and he goes like this.
It's weird.
Oh, he just called to let me know that he's in
Somalia.
All right, let's talk a bit about your book because
Okay.
I actually do.
I
think it's a
actually
great
don't have
book.
time.
It's called Communion. It's called Finding My Way Back to Faith.
Sure.
Here it is right
God
here.
bless
You can
you.
get it today.
Oh, look at that
And
cover.
I actually learned a
Nice.
lot about you in this
Okay.
book that I didn't know. I love
Wow.
that you begin it
Show
with
me your
Mama,
genitals.
who is everybody's favorite person.
You learned a lot that you didn't know
Today
because
we're looking
it's
at this guy
fake.
who goes
It's
by the
ghost
name
written.
Jeff Dunham Vance. Jeffrey Dunham Vance, he's the puppet guy. And when he's not doing that, he's involved in governmental affairs in one capacity or another, from what I understand, which is not much. But this kept coming up, man, on my YouTube. None of my business.
None of my business. I like to stay out of this kind of stuff.
But this just kept coming
No,
up.
no,
This
Cal,
guy
Cal,
promoting
Cal.
a book that he wrote. Or
It's
that
Megan,
something wrote. Maybe a
15-year-old's
computer,
illegal,
hopefully. Okay,
Kelly.
but this video came up for me. Not great views.
Not the best views.
Get it
You might
correct.
even go so far as to say that these views are in the
Toilets.
This is Megan. This is some lady named Megan interviewing this guy. And I want to focus in on something she says here. There's a fascinating thing she says here. Check this out.
Let's talk a bit about your book because
Okay.
I actually do think it's a great book.
Okay.
Because
Okay.
I actually do think it's a great book. It's called Communion.
Okay,
It's
that
called
part right
Finding
there.
My Way.
Okay, man, that part right there is fascinating. When this YouTuber, no offense, it's technically true, Megan, this YouTuber on the same level as me, no offense. This YouTuber right here, Megan Kelly, on the same level of this video. Okay, so yeah, she's a YouTuber, you get it, man.
That's on YouTube.
But that part right there when she's like, this is a great book. This is a great book, man.
Because
Okay.
I actually do think it's a great book.
I got an uncracked
Sounds
copy
drunk.
of it right here, man. That's the part where I was wondering, oh man, was Megan recently hit in the head or something? Did Megan recently suffer one of these right here?
Boom.
To the head.
Boom.
Because I got through about half of this thing, and good book is not a great description. I would say this is like a crazy and boring at the same time, somehow. Okay, before we get into this, I gotta read what is quite possibly, what was I trying to do right there? Quite possibly one of the best Amazon reviews I ever read. This person really did their homework to do a
Boom. 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 Boom.
in an Amazon review. I mean, this is unbelievable. Listen to this thing. There is a moment of perfect honesty in Vice President Jermaine Dupree Vance's new memoir, Communion. Ooh, listen, hold on. This title is giving me a little bit of a emotional reaction. Communion, Finding My Way Back to Faith. Oh, Communion.
God bless you.
That's on YouTube.
Was the original title. This is better. There's a moment of pure honesty and it arrives before the first page. It is the cover. What? The photograph shows a small white clapboard church in some place in Virginia that Vance has never attended, of a denomination he does not belong to, chosen, one assumes, because it tested well. So I looked
Are
this
you
up. I
stuck
didn't
on a
want to
little
just
Florida?
trust this Amazon review.
Yeah.
This appears to be true. The church is United Methodist. Vance is Catholic.
I
This
found
is
the
the
limits
central
of my
tension of
island, too.
comedian. And like every other tension, it sucks. The image, it turns out, is a stock photo that once illustrated a Babylon Bee article mocking a church too small to hold more than one weekly service. Meaning the Vice President's spiritual testament opens technically with a joke at the expense of the faithful. It is the most consistent piece of theology the book manages to sustain. Hey, man, you shut up, man.
Mr. Vice President, welcome back to Interesting Times.
Calm
Thank you
your
for
ass
this
down. I'll answer for you, JD. Calm your ass down, man. Oh, amazing. This is people say this, and I don't say, I feel like this is a little mean, but people say that this guy's very boring. This guy's name is Ross Douthat. I know we've gone through this before, but your name's Ross Douthat. You do a New York Times podcast that nobody cares about and everyone thinks is dumb. You know, have a little fun with it, man. This show obviously should have been called I Doubt That. With Ross Doubt That. I doubt that. And he's got a little sassy face on, like one of these kind of faces. Welcome to I Doubt That. Will this be a boring episode? I doubt that. Then he goes like this into the camera. I'm not saying he has to do that. Just throwing out ideas. If he wants to get more than the amount of views that I got making fun of Tony Hinchcliffe. Oh, he got less. Sorry, he got less.
Mr. Vice President, welcome back to Interesting Times.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
No problem.
You think Margot Robbie takes a dump?
It's great to have you. So we have a
Okay.
really high bar for repeat guests.
No, we don't.
On this show. I know that you've been doing a lot of media, right? So it's probably feels pretty easy. But here the standard is 1, the repeat guest has to be second in line, first in line for the presidency.
Okay, first in line.
First in line. You're
That's
first
right.
in line, right? They need to have recently published a book on themes important to this show. And they also need to have recently concluded a peace deal with the Islamic Republic of Iran. So congratulations.
Hey, I'm trying to laugh at that.
How does Christianity work in the Trump administration?
In every
What is
way.
Christian about the second Trump administration?
Everything. Hey, don't laugh at that guy, JD.
I think that we have pursued a series of economic policies.
Yes.
I would say,
Yes,
certainly
Queen.
the tax policy, that if you look at it, the distributional effects are much more focused on the middle than they are on the top compared to previous Republican
Wake up,
administrations.
man. That guy's
We've
talking.
been attacked mercilessly.
Okay, that's awesome. That looks good, man. What is this video to put on for dogs in the background? Who else would watch that? Nobody. Again, more views on the Hinchcliffe thing. But anyway, man, this guy's just bullshmitting around, going on podcasts that are like, friendly to him in some capacity. To promote this book, what the hell is this thing called? What would it be called? How to scurry around like a dirty little rat. How to go like this. And like this. By
Hassan Parker.
Forward by
Hassan Parker.
and
Paul Davidson.
But yeah, I got through about half of this thing. I started trying to read it, and I was like, okay, I can't do this. So then I got the audio book. In other words, I wasted a lot of money on this hunk, this absolute hunk, this absolute piece. I got the audiobook version, so I'm now trapped into some recurring payment on Audible now, which I do think the vice president should reimburse me on. Whatever, I'll deal with that later. But there is only like one interesting thing about this book, because this is like the worst genre of books. You know, there was, when I was like younger, there was a book, My Life by Bill Clinton.
My Life by Bill Clinton, My Life.
And I was always like, who's reading that piece of crap? Who's reading that brick? That book was just like promoted everywhere. It's like, who actually read that hunk of junk? Then after that, there was some Obama one that was all over the place. I can't remember what it's called. I think it was called...
That's on YouTube.
By Barack Obama. I think it was called...
You're a little baby.
By...
Hassan Parker.
That's what the Obama book was called. You know, these books, it's like, who reads this crap? I think they actually do just buy these themselves and then put them in a landfill or something.
100%
But anyway, man,
buy
the
their
half
books.
of this thing that I got through, the half of this thing that I 2x'd.
This is a 2x.
Actually, if we're being honest, this is a 4x book right here.
This is a 4Xer, man.
This is a rare 4Xer. It really is like unreadable junk. But the one thing that's kind of interesting, and it kind of like, you
Did you
can
see the
kind of
name
just
of the
see
desert
it, like
below
shaping
you?
if you go and like the 4X this thing. He's the first book that he wrote was a pretty big...
No, I think I turned the desert
wow,
names off.
Pretty big deal. Ron Howard.
Should turn them on to see what the name of
Questionable
the desert is.
judgment, man. Ron Howard made a movie out of that movie, man. That movie was really something. Ron Howard made a movie out of it. That thing was all over the place. Hillbilly Elegy. And basically the theme of that movie was like, oh, all these people in rural America are morons.
I can't remember how to
except
change
for
it.
one old lady. Except for one kind of annoying older lady who wore
Oh, well.
t-shirts. Honestly, except for Glenn
It's,
Close. There's one cool person in rural America, Glenn Close. Everybody else could go to hell.
Go over it.
These
Map
morons.
options.
These morons can all
Down
go
here.
straight to hell for all I care. I'm going to Yale, you idiots.
Next
That's,
to your lenses.
that's basically, that's the theme that I took from that book / movie, terrible, unwatchable movie. It's funny, everybody who was like involved in that movie now
Great Sandy Desert.
is like, I don't know. I don't
It's the
know
Australian
why they
one.
did that. Yeah, I'm disappointed. But you gotta do
Is
your
that-
best. There's a lot. I looked
you
through,
have an
there's a lot
Australian
of,
desert
you
named
know,
that?
annoying
I'm pretty sure.
Hollywood press interviews where they're like, "What about that JD Vance man? You made a movie about that," and everybody's like, "Oh, you gotta
No,
do your
it's
best
Pangea.
sometimes," and that's
Let
different.
me double check.
But
And before Eden, a couple of films before Eden, you did obviously Hillbilly Elegy. What has been your reaction
Australia's
to
largest
JD
desert.
Vance's political
That's-
ascent?
I don't know.
Well,
Second
I
largest.
just
See,
just
you want to know how I know this? You want to know? You know what's funny? Pause it for a second.
I don't have anything new to say on it, but
You know the day that you didn't rock up because you were in like New York or something and you were tired, and you showed up at the end, and I did that Australia show. So I was looking at an indigenous map of Australia, and the only reason that I knew that that was Australian desert is because on this map I was looking at how big some of the indigenous nations were, and the one over the Great Sandy Desert, which you would think would be a vacant spot, still had people in it, and it stood out, and I'm like, that's neat. Even in like deserts, the indigenous were making use of that land. It's very interesting. But yeah, that's the only reason that I know. Horsies.
Let Sydney talk.
But I have been surprised and and concerned by a lot of the rhetoric. Coming out of that campaign.
Okay.
You
don't have to wear a hat all the time.
There was no version.
We get it. You're a director.
For Donald Trump to be president again, whoever the vice president was, given the experience that I had then 5-6 years ago, I'd say that I've been surprised.
So anyway, they make this terrible Netflix movie out of this stupid book, but that's basically the theme of that book. You morons! I'm going to Yale. That's if I had to summarize it one phrase. Oh, you morons! Meemaw, yells at people, tells people to shut the hell up. I'm going to Yale. So that's the basic subtext of this, promoted all over the place. And Ron Howard, who doesn't know what the hell he's doing half the time, makes a movie out of it. That's the basic subtext of that. These morons out in MAGA country. What a bunch of slobs. I'm going to an Ivy League school. I'm going to be a finance guy. You morons, leave you in the dust, But now it's like, that don't work so well, man. We're trying to win. I might be trying to be president, and I might need the support of those people. That's what it feels like with this other book. There's a lot of stuff in this new book that's like, I used to be all about climbing the ladder and being some kind of a fancy guy. That sucks. Okay. You're the vice president, you're trying to be president, but you're like, all this ladder climbing crap is dumb, man. You gotta be spiritual for the Lord or something. I don't know. This is page 2. This is the original page 2, I believe. You gotta be spiritual and love the Lord or something. I don't know. AI, the rest of this piece of crap. Can't do this anymore. That's maybe the only remotely interesting thing about this book, this half book, is how lazily it's trying to do something that it can't do and is blatantly meant to trick people. Oh man, yeah, I know I probably came off as a bit of a fancy pants in that first book. These morons, I'm going to Yale. So in this book, I'll be like, you know what? I did all that stuff and that's not the true meaning of life, man. The true meaning of life is the Lord Jesus Christ. There's a picture of where he lives on the cover of this book. That's a stock photo. Who cares? Who cares? We're just going to dump every copy of this thing into the sewer or something. But that is funny and so stupid. I hope he AI'd this. I hope he didn't actually sit down and write this stupid junk. Because that is such a, goofily cynical thing to do. Be like, okay, I'm actually not like that anymore. I'm like some kind of a spiritual guy. And I know of the meaning of true things. Like not trying to be the vice president and president and go to an Ivy League school and hang out with Peter Thiel and only go on right-wing shows that will be friendly to me and blah, blah, blah. It is ridiculous. I can't believe that they put this thing out. There's a part where he brings up this French guy. What's the guy's name? René Girard. He references this French academic guy, René Girard, who came up with this theory, this idea, what is it, memetics. Basically, this is my dumb understanding of this, that people do things not because they want to, but they imitate other people. They're not really always doing things of their own desire, but what they think other people desire or some crap, who cares? And he's trying to say, look, all this stuff I was doing, all this ladder climbing, by the way, that I'm still doing, which is kind of funny. And I'm past all that. I'm currently doing it. But all this ladder climbing, all this Ivy League crap, Peter Thiel, vice president, hanging out with Trump, all this crap, I was just imitating what people think you're supposed to do of success. That's one of the funny things about this book is not only, like, does that not make sense because he's still doing all that crap? Like, he never will stop doing all that crap, but it's also like, who is this for? You're bringing up a French academic? Who do you think's gonna read this book, man? Maybe just this guy who's interviewing him, who got 53,000 views interviewing the vice president in 3 days, who works for the New York Times. How many of this guy do you think there is? Like 10. Oh, Rene Girard, also on the
There's more.
American
There's
right
more
wing.
land, John.
There's like 10 of those guys, man. Okay, so this is the stupid piece of crap New York Times YouTube channel with this boring guy who I don't even know if he knows what the hell he's doing, this interviewer / columnist. But the comments on this are kind of interesting on this low-viewed video. The most obvious question, why is opening the Strait an accomplishment when it was open before the war started? Mr. Vice President, hey, don't address him directly. He's hollow because he has no core values and is an opportunist. Hey, that's illegal to say.
Oh my God, we're gonna arrest you! The beginning of the rise of the Antichrist.
You can be religious, but having a religion doesn't mean you automatically inherit the good values they try to spread. Especially for this dude. Ooh, she spit on him on that one. She spit on him. She spit on him like this. Okay, let's be fair, guys. Shut up, please.
Please stop yelling, shut up.
I did find a positive one. Let's check this out. Vance is a disingenuous coward. Hey! That is, in fact, not positive. Can't stand him. Jesus, man. You're terrible. Oh, man, my man Ross No Doubt Hat is absolutely getting crushed in the comments. One of the most dishonest actors in this administration, and that's saying a lot. That's how you have to read that, capital lot. And that's saying a lot. This man is such an embarrassment to our country. Just absolutely no principles, willing to switch to whatever position he thinks will grant him power, and perfectly happy to defend the indefensible rather than admit any mistake. But yeah, the half of this book that I got through is baffling. Quite possibly one of the stupidest things I've ever looked at. / 4x'd. It goes on and on and on, like way too long.
Hey, you got a boat
like
already.
Him just describing his Maymas. Not a joke, his Mayma. Glenn Close. His Meemaw, whose name is Glenn Close. Like her view of the world. Oh, Meemaw didn't take any crap. And she was religious. And I don't know, she did some other stuff. There's a part when he's going on and on with this Meemaw crap. You know, he just keeps going on and on and on describing this Meemaw's view of the world, and you gotta wonder, who cares?
Who cares?
I'm sorry, no offense, Mr. Vice President, but who the hell cares about this Meemaw? No offense. Oh, that's what your Meemaw was like, okay.
Who cares?
But there's a part in the on and on and on going endless Meemaw segments where he's like, Meemaw was very religious, but she didn't like those, like, super fake, like, faith healing, like pastor, mega church pastor type people. She thought they were fake. She thought that was a scam. Okay. Yeah, imagine that. Imagine tricking rural people with a scam. That sucks, man. Meemaw would have absolutely caught on to that crap immediately. You know, I doubt this guy actually wrote any of this. But if he did, this thing's like an out-of-body experience. Oh, Meemaw hated people who used religion to trick people. Oh, yeah, imagine doing that. Like writing a book about how religious you are when you are clearly just a scammer.
I think is really important, right? And I do think that you see it reflected in the Republican Party more than the Democratic Party. But there's also a Christian economic tradition of trying to uplift the poor and supporting your community and being there for people who are really struggling. But I think a lot of, the sort of the business side of the Republican Party doesn't pay attention to that side of the Christian tradition. And I think that's a mistake. And it's bad, frankly, for both Christians, but I also think it's bad for the Republican Party.
Right. Yeah, what are you, stupid, man? What are you, stupid? What, did you get hit in the head, man? What do you think that party exists for, stupid? What do you think? But either of them exist for, goddamn you. This guy is a fascinating guy, man. This doubt that guy. He is fascinating. He's been doing this kind of crap with the dumb New York Times for a long time, where he's one of these guys. he's one of these very technical religious guys. He's like, ooh, the Reformation and the denomination this and the Francis or some. Oh, John Paul the 14th and blah, blah, blah. Just like memorizing all this like religious history stuff. And it's just like, yeah, just on the surface of this, man, does this make sense what you're doing here? You know, you're interviewing a guy like this has anything to do with religion, that this guy's not just trying to like become president or whatever the hell he's doing. What about that part of it, you know? What a weird character to be, you know? Like, I'm kind of like a MAGA kind of guy, but I'm also like I also work for the New York Times, and I'm like a real technical religious historian. It's like, what are you doing? What does any of this mean? Like, I remember for some reason, I think it was when Trump first ran for president, I guess they were trying to like get his little butt. They were trying to get his little butt in interviews all the time, and they would be like, oh, so you're religious, huh? You say you like the Bible or something now. And he would be like, yes, it's the best book. It's my favorite book. And they'd be like, okay, can you say anything about it? And he would be like, it's awesome good. It's awesome good. It's a good fun. Like, he wouldn't even like put in the, 30 minutes to memorize some Bible thing. This is basically that. And this New York Times guy fancies himself some kind of like religion expert. You're basically doing that, man. Calm down.
Politics is, so I'm 21 years old.
No, you're
I'm
not.
about to leave for Iraq. The Christianity that I've been exposed to is very focused on culture war topics.
No, it's not.
So the Terry Schiavo case, I write about this in the book, was a very, very big story.
Who's that?
And by the way, I think the Terry Schiavo case does raise some very difficult questions of like morality and end-of-life care and so forth.
This was a woman who there was a big debate about whether
talk.
essentially to take her off or to remove her feeding tube.
Yes.
Right.
So again, I'm not even saying the Christians that I was sort of mad at them, that they were wrong on the substance, but the fact that this was such a focus of both the Protestants and the Catholics in America at the time.
Right.
What was going on for me? I was about to leave for Iraq. My entire family was terrified that I was, something bad was going to happen to me. My
God, it would have been great if it did.
Was struggling with the worst throes of her addiction problem. Our economic situation in our family had been bad for a long time. Now it seems to somehow get worse.
No, I'm pro euthanasia
I'm
as
sending
well.
money back home to my
you want to
family
kill yourself,
and thinking
you
to
should be able
myself,
to kill yourself.
this Christianity has nothing to say about the struggles of my life.
As long as you consult psychologists and shit.
Man. This is a little bit of a crazy...
whatever. I'm not an expert.
Right here.
I don't know the
love this
specifics.
podcast. This is my new favorite
but if someone wants to
podcast.
do that...
I doubt that. Because it's just nonsense.
They got chronic
meaningless
pain,
crap.
and they
the
don't
New
want to
York
live.
Times doing
So be
stupid
it.
crap as they always do.
Yeah.
But I like this
Who the
part
fuck
where he's
am I
like...
to say you can't do
He goes
that?
back, 30 years. For some reason, he goes back 30 years to bring up this kind of like culture war issue. I remember this. They were always talking about this on talk radio when I was a kid. This lady, Terry Schiavo, and she was basically somebody who was in like, vegetative state or something. And these political whack jobs turned it into this giant thing to distract everybody. Oh, they should keep her alive because all people are blah, blah, blah. Just like babies. Blah, 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 blah. Like it was a totally manufactured culture war crap to distract people. And I love JD Vance comes on here. He's like, we need to stop with all this crap, man. It's culture war crap. We need to get down to the real material stuff. Here's JD Vance a year ago.
You, again, started this in part by saying that, at which Donald Trump repeated on the debate stage, that, and he didn't say anything about the policies that you're talking about. He just said Haitians are eating dogs and cats. Can you affirmatively say now that that is a rumor that has no basis with evidence?
Yes, I can.
Dana, the evidence is the first-hand account of my constituents who are telling me that this happened. And by the way, Dana, it comes from first-hand accounts from my constituents. I say that we're creating a story, meaning we're creating the American media focusing on it.
Okay, there's just a few of these, of an endless amount of these. Here's 2 years ago.
U.S. Senator J.D. Vance has introduced legislation that would federally ban gender-affirming care for minors. He's named it the Protect Children's Innocence Act. And if it were to pass...
Oh, man, I love this guy. He is a true demented sociopath, ladder-climbing sociopath. Oh, man, we really got to stop all this crap, man. Let me go 30 years back. to come up with an example. I could just look at what I've been doing now and have always been doing. But let's go back 30 years for a culture war, distraction, wedge issue. We need to stop all this crap, the crap that I'm doing, and it's the only thing that I do.
Then from there, you go into a stage of your life where you leave the Marines.
Okay.
You're in college.
Yeah.
You're in your 20s. Yeah. You're reading Ayn Rand, you know, which is sort of, you know, the gospel of hyper-individualism. And I was actually struck by how,
Shut up, Jay.
in a way, old-fashioned the arc that you follow is. Where I feel like it was
insane
really
question,
commonplace.
Ross. Already an
to
insane
have a
question,
dynamic in
Ross.
American life where people drift away from religion when they're in the individualist phase of their 20s. Yeah. When they're dating,
Jesus. Can that guy talk
drinking,
or no?
you know, sinning and so on, right?
Sinning.
To come
Quiet
back
down.
as they sort of assume adult responsibilities. And you're
This is my new favorite podcaster right here. He is this is like the perfect New York Times, opinion columnist type guy. One of his videos has 200,000 views. Did Jesus rise from the dead? A debate. What's the debate? Yes, he did. No, we didn't. People can't. Once that happens, it's done. No, he's different. That's the debate, I believe. I don't need to watch that video. But I love this guy. He presents himself as a very I'm a deep thinker, all this religious stuff. Ooh, Catholicism, but other big questions. What does the Lord want us to do and all this stuff? And this is the thing that he tease up JD with. Oh man, you were religious or something, or Meemaw was, or some crap, who knows. And then you became not religious and now you are again. That's something that happens. That's a common thing, man. What do you think about that? That's the question. And it's man, I don't know. It seems like there's a lot of bullshitting going on here. Seems like there's a lot of lying and disingenuous crap going on here. So maybe the religion thing isn't the real question here. Maybe that's a bunch of crap too, man. Maybe this guy wrote a book so he could promote it, go on shows like this, and who knows, try to run for president or whatever the hell he's trying to do. Whatever the hell he's trying to launder. It's funny, too, because they go on and on about this Terry Schiavo thing. Man, that's a blast from 100 years ago. But they go on and on about this. And in the book, if you go read the book, this is how much this guy's like weaselly. In the book, he's like, man, this became a huge controversy. I think err on the side of life, but it's a little crazy how much people paid attention to that. He's got to work in
he wasn't alive.
Look, you people who I'm trying to trick into supporting me. I'm on your side on that from, 40 years ago. What a stupid thing that they blew out of proportion. I'm on the side that was making the hugest deal about that at the time. By the way, just to work that in. The guy is kind of crazy to watch because really the only thing that's interesting about this guy, remotely interesting, is just how anything genuine or normal human about him has just been wiped. It's just been Men in Black raid out of his brain. But all these
if people want to keep a corpse alive,
kind of books, they all have they all have the stupidest titles.
Go ahead.
Who's ever read any of these books? I would like to meet somebody.
Go
ahead. There's all these Hillary
What do you mean?
books that are named Decisions
like embalming and shit.
No, Terry Schiavo. It was this big controversial case. She drowned in a swimming pool and was dead for a long time.
Oh.
Right. So, basically she was plugged into the outlet and that was keeping her heart pumping, but she was brain dead.
Sure.
So she was dead.
Oh yeah.
Her heart was beating, but she was dead. So if the family wanted to keep a corpse alive and they're paying for it, I don't care. Because they're dead. Yeah, the whole thing was about removing her feeding tube. But she's dead.
Yeah, literally dead. You're literally animating a corpse. Well, not even animating. Shit ain't moving.
And
Seems like it's more of a family coping.
They would do these videos to try and prove that she's able to actually have responses and stuff. And basically they just sat there like saying her name for like hours until like her eyes moved. And then like edited it and was like, see, she responds. She's alive. But it's like the brain is not on.
Yeah.
Those are just like, you know, when you cut the head off a chicken, it runs around, doesn't it? Is the chicken alive?
No.
Actually, there was a chicken that survived getting its head cut off.
Okay.
It basically, like, was a partial beheading where a portion of the brainstem remained.
Ah. Interesting. That's very interesting. How long was it alive for?
Not long, but they like had to like inject the food into it.
Yeah.
It choked to death.
I bet it did. Terrifying. It's like those fucking Russian dog experiments. They put two dogs together. Freak behavior.
Or you mean the blood transfusion?
No, they put two dog heads on one dog.
Oh, but they did the blood transfusion. They cut a dog's head off and they were able to get it to lick its nose.
Oh.
And that's why we have like blood transfusion and stuff.
Great.
It's because of these Russian dog experiments. They're very disturbing as well.
Do we know if those were Nazi scientists that they adopted, like the Americans did?
I don't
by chance?
know much about it. I just have seen the video and it's unsettling.
Yeah. Because I imagine... Because the Soviets took Nazi scientists and shit as well.
Yeah,
I wouldn't be surprised if they were involved.
I couldn't tell you. But because of this experiment, it gave us, like, you know, like the ability to transfuse blood and keep someone alive when they're like, because like if you're like in that situation, like the only thing that's pumping the blood is the machine that they're using, and it was able to keep the dog's brain alive.
Well, I'm pretty sure you could have figured it out another way. It's objectively pretty fucking evil.
Yeah, but I'm sure they did it with other animals first and stuff.
Oh, I'm sure.
But, like, dogs are used in laboratories a lot.
Yeah, and it's fucking evil. They're such pure creatures. They've done nothing wrong to anybody.
Yeah, I agree that it's evil, but it's important that dog got its head cut off. It saved a lot of lives.
Yeah, so cut a human's head off.
Well, that's the thing is when you're a laboratory, you're limited to the samples you can get. So, like, they still have to buy their lab rats and stuff, you know?
Yeah.
So they, like, you would be buying a person to cut their head off.
Yes. Dogs are pure creatures. Even if they are barking at night and shitting on lawns.
Oh, you want to see a fucking great dog video? I'm
Sure.
sending it to you on Instagram so you can open it on stream, okay?
Mm-hmm.
It's my mom's dog. I call her Squanch. You'll see. I mean, she's
Not
very
logged in there.
squanchy.
I'm not logged in on any of it.
Okay, we'll figure it out.
Can't you just bring it up?
No.
Why?
I'm doing things in the background with movie.
Play video.
Decisions forgotten. And she's on the cover like... And they're all like, you know, stupid. They all seem AI written. But this guy's book seems like not even trying to like be a book. Like it's barely trying to hide that it's a piece of junk. There's like a long bit about like, oh, people on the internet, they argue about religion, man, in a stupid way, but it's good. Just stuff like that. It's like, oh, what an original thought. There's also a bunch of stuff that it's like, you want to gouge your ears off listening to it. There's a lot of like Tucker Carlsonism in this thing. You know, Tucker does this a lot where it's like, hey, look, I might appear to be a totally out of touch media weirdo, you know, just some out of touch, you know, way too rich guy. But I love nature. I love the streams or something, whatever that crap is. You know, it's just like completely disingenuous, you know? Like listening to like 4Xing this, you just get the feeling that JD Vance like goes camping or something. He goes camping at some, like, you know, very expensive, exclusive campsite where he's filming himself the whole time, and he's just doing this the whole time.
He's just like, that's fresh air. That's what it's about.
People are just like, shut up, man. Shut up, man. Just put that stupid hot dog on the fire, man. But yeah, this book is also very lazy.
Put the hot dog on
I
the
would
fire.
be shocked if there's not some AI involved in this, because it does seem just, like, scraped from the most, like, shallow parts of the internet. Like, all of it. There's a part where he's doing this thing that's probably in like a billion like dumb YouTube religious debates where it's like, oh, just because science can't prove a thing doesn't mean it is not true, because not everything's science. And it's like, okay, who cares, first of all? But go ahead, go on. And then he's like, here's an example. Raising the minimum wage. This is literally, he says this in the book. Here's an example. Raising the minimum wage might sound good, but some economists say it's bad. Okay, so science doesn't know everything. I'm Catholic now. It's literally like all of it is like that. Like they told a bot, just like, hey, pick up a bunch of stupid talking points and work them into some religious crap or something. I don't know. I gotta get the hell out of here. Okay, let's go back to this fascinating interview right here. This is just a funny little interaction part. Here we go.
From Andrew Tate to Nick Fuentes, let's say.
Who's that?
What is the best response to that culture? Do you want to sort of proselytize to young men in those worlds about the path that you took?
No, I mean, I've never thought of myself as proselytizing to really anybody. I mean, I just try to live the best life I can, and if something about it is useful,
a prostitute.
You've written a book. But no, that's right. That's I kind of put it.
Give that guy a break.
But I kind of put it out there in the world.
Give him a break, man.
And yeah, like
Yeah, look, I'm not trying to proselytize, man.
I'm just a normal, average guy, Vice President guy.
Who hangs out with Peter Thiel? Just a normal guy, man. Just chilling. I'm just a normal guy, one step at a time, man. I'm just the kind of guy I go up to a stream and I go, look at that. What the hell is that goddamn thing? Put my face in it. I love that kind of crap, man. That's what I really love. Right. But you wrote a book where you're doing that. What about that? No, I didn't write a book. You did. That's what he should have said right there. I didn't write it. You wrote it. You're lying about me. You're attacking me on this podcast. It's an ambush interview.
But I kind of put it out there in the world, and yeah, like I do think that there is some great virtue in the life of the family and the life of actually focusing on things that matter. I think it creates
you do holy sight
much
prayers.
better outcomes, but I also think it's going to be better for your soul. So I write a lot about Isha, and a lot about, for example, the fact that she is not a Christian, and I felt kind of guilty actually about returning to my faith with all the demands that it comes with. I mean, like I think about this every single Sunday when I take my 36 weeks pregnant wife, who is herself not a Christian, and
what is she?
Us and our three kids, and they're late getting their shoes on, and they're always misbehaved. And I think to myself, like, she did not sign up for this. She signed up to sleep in on Sundays and not have to deal with this.
Let me check.
Oh my God, fascinating stuff, man. My brain's getting more expanded by the second. Hello, ding dong. Earth to my brain. Hello, are you paying attention to this? Yes, I am. Okay, stop. But this part's kind of interesting because, he goes off on this thing. My wife, she's not into this stuff, but I'd make her go to church all the time. But apparently his wife is Hindu. And this would have been an interesting question. It's like, oh, okay, so you're Catholic, you say. You're being very humble about it. You're writing a book about it, and I can't shut up about it. That's great. But, so your wife's Hindu, you're making her go to church. Is this kind of a back and forth thing? Do you look at some of that Hindu stuff. There's some good stuff in there, right? It's kind of a back and forth kind of
Look, I figured out a
What
compromise.
about that religion, Hindu? There's some good stuff in there, right? What do you think? You think that question
No.
gets asked? No. Pitch this down.
Because you got to be able to hear it.
Hold on.
Then she goes and whines at the back door to be let outside. Because I always let her outside whenever I come in. Because she likes being outside.
Fair enough. Backyard. Big backyard for her?
Yeah. She's just so funny.
Ooh, hello.
That would be a even remotely mildly, I mean, compared to this, mildly interesting question. Wonder why that doesn't get asked. Oh, because we're just doing pandering crap.
I think all millennials experience this because we all grew up in the same culture, is there was like this sense in which there was nothing sacred about romance, right?
Okay.
Like some people were more successful in dating world, some people were less successful. Like fundamentally, there's nothing sacred or profound about romance. It's just you find somebody, maybe you care enough about him to marry him. Maybe you have a guy who's just going from girl to girl, week to week. But like what I had this sort of epiphany is overstating it, but I realized is that falling in love with Usha made me realize that there was actually something sacramental to love.
Okay.
And that was a very critical
What
sort of
an
observation.
astounding
I thought the
observation.
Christian
Wow. These are my confessions. These are his confessions right here. This is like a lot of the stuff in the book is like this too, where it's just like kind of a self-report. Like, I figured out that you could like not be a total sociopath, that you could actually care about someone else. Oh, you just figured that out? No. I didn't. Got your ass, man. Like, what is any of this? It's like right off the bat, it's like who that would be a fan of yours, like a MAGA guy, is gonna read a book, especially a book where it's like, oh, Renee Girard said, blah, blah, blah. But then it's just like a bunch of this crap. Oh, I figured out that you could have a relationship where you actually care about somebody, and I came up with that observation by myself. Wow, man. Thank God that I am now locked into an Audible subscription for this goddamn crap.
The one that led to all these files that we're seeing, the emails. By the way, again, sorry, Joe, I do have to defend my boss. I know you guys don't always appreciate this, but it's weird. You know, one of the things you see in the Epstein emails is that Jeffrey Epstein hated Donald Trump. And that Donald Trump literally reported Jeffrey Epstein to the police.
Okay,
that's
but
one of the
they were
files.
best friends for about a decade. And remember, he signed that Transparency Act under duress when some Republican women, Congresswomen like Lauren Boebert, like Marjorie Taylor Greene, did not give in to his pressure of not signing. He brought Lauren Boebert into the situation.
Leave the guy alone.
To pressure her.
Okay, so the book tour is going very good, man. It appears. Hey, so you're writing this book about Catholic stuff. We got it here. Look at that. Anyway, seems like your whole thing is, talking about how awesome. You know, your whole life now, the sole reason for your existence seems to be to talk about how awesome this guy who, a lot of evidence that he's a PDF, man. What's up with that? It's interesting, dynamic, great book tour. One of the most successful ones.
Southern District of New York, or maybe it was some other jurisdiction. But we were like, we want to release these files, but you need the court approval in order to release the files. Sometimes we would apply to release the files, and the courts would say no. So those particular documents, I would need to actually know exactly what you're talking about.
3.5 million documents were released. And my understanding is 2.5 million have not been.
Those may have been the ones that are
No.
under court. So I don't know what the documents you're talking
something?
about, but I'm telling you,
Let me go to
we're.
break. Let me go to
You
break.
gotta release
Let me
them. You gotta go to break. Yeah, so great to have you here, man. You're promoting your book about how religious you are. So seems like you were part of a pretty big PDF cover-up. Seems like that's just the tip of the iceberg. And in fact, all of it is the tip of the iceberg because we don't know what the hell these people were doing not leaving a paper trail. So what's up with that, man? Well, I just think that family
And all this crap is so important.
and all the assorted other crap. Anyway, we're gonna get the hell out of here, bye. Oh, you've only been here for 1.3 minutes.
I gotta go. I gotta get the hell out of here.
An interfaith marriage.
Yes.
How does it work in day-to-day life?
I don't know.
Well, it's
Oh,
very- it's
finally!
actually-
Oh, that's the question I was kind of looking for. Oh, okay. Well, wow. Fascinating. Let's hear it.
Well, it's actually very.
I love that laugh. Oh, let me see that laugh again.
An interfaith marriage. How does it work in day-to-day life?
Well, it's actually very.
Okay, calm down, man. So an interfaith marriage, how does that work in everyday life? Well, calm down, man. The hell's wrong with you?
Just practically what we've decided to do is raise the kids in the Christian church. We don't want to confuse little kids. Obviously, they can get confused. But we also haven't hidden anything about, her understanding of the world.
She
or,
looks
her
like she's being
parents,
held
how
hostage.
they think about religious faith. So we've just tried to make
Blink
it
twice
as
if you need
easy
help.
and accessible
Yeah.
to the kids as possible while, sending them to Christian schools and raising them in the Christian church.
100%
Our 6-year-old
he's
just got
abusive.
baptized a couple weeks
Okay.
ago, actually. I guess a few weeks ago. It was Easter Sunday.
right.
But one of the things that's also interesting about it is
So what's it like raising kids in this interfaith household? Well, basically we take her thing and Yeah, JD, can you stop doing that noise? Down in the toilet for her stuff, basically. Okay. Okay, anything else you want to add to that, Mr. Vice President? Yes, I do.
So much of the vice president's new book is about his journey from being this person who was vaguely atheist to
No, it's
being
not. A You didn't read practicing it. Roman Catholic today. Right. We know him today as he is, as Vice President of the United States, a practicing Catholic.
Okay, pretty cool and very uncensored interview from Barry Weiss's The CBS.
That's good because she hates censorship.
When she was exposing all that crap in the Twitter files, thank God that's not happening anymore.
Anyway, guys.
I'm gonna do that laugh when people ask me something that would in no way elicit laughter. Hey man, where you going? Nowhere. Anyway, guys, I gotta get the hell out of here. Don't forget, if you are in New York or surrounding accessible areas, come to the live show, July 2nd. Link in description, and obviously sign up on Patreon for as little as $2, $2 measly dollars. Get all the videos you're missing every single week. It's a tragedy that you're missing those. Talk to you guys next time.
Go ahead and shut channels down. I'll be.